Okay, firstly, I want to extend the warmest welcome to every one of you to come to ION, to come to this senior summer school. It's our great honor to host this year's senior, and I would like to thank the organizers to put together this wonderful event. So I will briefly introduce ION. ION, as you know, the video just introduced in the last few minutes, and we were established in 1999 by Dr. Mu Mingpu. At that time, it was named the Institute of Neuroscience, and is under the big umbrella of Shanghai Institute of Life Science in this campus. And in 2019, we become the legally independent institute. So we were named a different name, Center for Excellence in Brain Science and Intelligence Technology. So it's a pretty long name. And at the beginning, we only have, 1999, we only have like 6 or 7 labs. Now we have 52 labs. Falls into 2 major directions. One is cognition. The other is brain development and brain diseases. So relatively equal number of labs in these 2 directions. And we have a very good facility to support our research. And for example, we have a facility working on this mesoscopic brain mapping. And this is newly released data for single neuron projectome of macaque PFC, and we have the data on this website. It's accessible to everyone. And the monkey has been a very important model for not only cognition, but also for brain disorders. So we have been developing a lot of the new technologies for example, cloning monkey, transgenic monkey, and technology to specifically manipulate distinct neural subtypes in the monkey brain. And that is very helpful for us to use those tools to understand the brain, understand the mechanism of brain disorders. We are also developing technology for recording a large number of neurons. For example, using the ultra flexible electrodes. These electrodes have been not only being used in animals, but also have been implanted in patients. This is probably the first one invasive BCI clinical trial in China. And we have been developing imaging technologies to record from a large group of neurons. This is work by Dr. Kai Wang's lab to use high throughput, rapid 3D voltage imaging to image neural activity in awake mice. On top of this institute, we together with another 2 institutes, we have established this so-called state key lab of brain cognition and brain-inspired intelligence technology. And this, we have like 31 labs, 31 labs in this state key lab. And the major goal of the state key lab is to understand higher cognitive function and to develop brain-inspired artificial intelligence. So we have 3 directions, and in each direction there will be roughly 10 labs. So we think that computational neuroscience will be a very important bridge between the brain, the biological intelligence, and the artificial intelligence. So we would like to establish a center for computational neuroscience, and we are actively recruiting faculties at different levels. We will have 2 of them, 2 faculties join us end of this year or early next year, but we are recruiting more. Not only faculty, but we are also recruiting postdocs. So every one of you, if you are interested or know someone who will be interested, please recommend this position to them. That's all I would like to talk. I hope you enjoy your stay in Shanghai. Enjoy the summer school. Thank you.
All right. Next, let's welcome one of the organizers, Rava, to give a speech of what is computational neuroscience in general, followed by a lecture.
Okay, great. So I'm delighted to be here. I'm very happy to meet all of you, and I hope we will have many chances to discuss. And really, I'll just spend a few minutes. And the main point of this is really to wish you a welcome, all of you, on behalf of all the organizers. So Louis, Letian, Minglong, Tianmin, Chuan, and also Shao, who was supporting this summer school from the beginning in Beijing, didn't actively help in organizing this time, but was kind of advising us also. The very important thing I should mention is that there are a number of TAs, and I think you have been assigned to various groups, the students, and each group is associated with one TA. Maybe the TAs could just say hi or stand up if you think so. There are 3 here, there, and yes, hi. And I think all of the TAs, I was looking at you guys, and I think all of you have either attended or been TA or both in previous CNeuro editions. If you have trouble recognizing Luke, he's the blonde one. And so I think, I don't know about you, but for me, something that is very, very charming about computational neuroscience in general, and that was kind of part of why I moved from physics to neuroscience, is a dual aspect of neuroscience. That on the one hand, it has a lot of thematic unity. So no matter what question we all work on, in some fairly close way, it relates to a central question, which is how does the brain work? And to some extent, this is because we're trying to relate external facts like stimuli, like this owl drawn by Picasso, to some action that is produced by the brain. And in between, what we have is some internal representation that here I wrote as R, which is the activity of all the brain. And a lot of the study has to do with understanding the relationship between these 3 objects, which is the stimulus or some physical fact, the action that is produced, and the internal representation. In many cases, we will think of this as a kind of a chain, going from stimulus to representation to action. In reality, of course, things are much more complicated. Stimuli are caused by something. Action leads to consequences like reward and punishments. Things are also much more complicated because there's no chain in reality. In reality, there are many loops. So for example, if as you're looking at me, your eyes are moving, you're saccading 3-4 times per second, and so your action is kind of controlling also what stimulus you're taking in. The state of reward or the action can also modify the representation through a number of mechanisms. So it's kind of a very complex system, obviously, but there is this kind of kernel which is to understand internal representation. Now, at the same time, what was very attractive to me when I moved to neuroscience was that the dual aspect is that there's a great thematic diversity. So we, as computational neuroscientists, we can work on extremely different problems that have very different flavors, that are purely theoretical, are very data-driven, are experimental, and they all kind of relate to this central question. Now, why is it diverse? I think that one reason is simply that there are very different questions and approaches, but the other reason I think is that the brain is involving a huge hierarchy of states. So if you think about it, the problems that we work on really go from the size of the angstrom or the micrometer to the size of the meter, the whole brain. So we cover kind of, what is it, six or more orders of magnitude in size, and we're faced with objects that are very different in nature. And so simply this multiplicity of scale gives rise to very diverse questions. So what kind of approaches do we have to address these kinds of large hierarchies of scales? Obviously, there are plethora of approaches, but you can kind of caricature by saying that on the one hand, you have kind of more bottom-up type approaches, where you start from some constraints and some knowledge about architecture, about physiology, and from that you try to build up the kind of representation you could expect and to propose how various functions can be implemented given these constraints. From the other end, you could have an approach that one can think of more as top-down. So instead of starting from the basic facts or the microscopic nature of the object, you start by characterizing functions, so characterizing cognition, characterizing behavior, and then asking what kind of neural processes can lead to them. Now, this is not obviously a very clear distinction, because on every scale, you can have bottom-up and top-down. So I can ask a normative, a top-down question on synapses, and I can ask a bottom-up question on high dimensional or high-scale circuits. And so it's really a caricature, and these kind of different types of approaches can be applied at these various scales. But anyway, so if you think about it, a lot of the questions we're asking have to do with a few conceptual categories. One category is what's the nature of this internal representation? So what's the dimensionality, what's the geometry, what are the dynamical rules that govern this internal representation? Another type of question is what kind of relation exists between this internal representation on the one hand and the stimuli, or the internal representation and the actions that it introduces. And out of these relations come out a number of functions that we study, like perception, adaptation, learning, memory, decision-making, motor control, and so on. But these can be cast in terms of understanding the nature of the representation and its relation to action or stimuli. So that's a very, very broad kind of overview of how I think about kind of the framework of computational neuroscience. And so how does that fit with this course? We will, I think we have a lot of lectures this year. We have 12 lectures. And we will cover a broad range of questions and themes, but also the lectures will illustrate different approaches. And so out of this kind of list of titles that you got, I tried to kind of categorize them in a number of themes, and I hope the lecturers will forgive me because I've done something very kind of rough, and I'm sure I've missed a number of aspects of your lectures, but I tried to categorize. So I tried to bunch these in a set of themes going from kind of small scale, more microscopic scale to more macroscopic scale, going from studies that are more kind of neural driven or cognitive driven and more data driven to theory driven. And this arrow is a very, very rough thing, of course. It's not, scientific thing. It's kind of more impressionistic. So we will have illustrations of how does one analyze data? How does one even think about data and analyze data? And then how does this lead to understanding the dynamics of neural population? So the activity as a dynamical process, and there are a number of people who will address these kind of questions. I noticed reading the abstracts and so on that several people also will talk about the geometry of the activity, not only the dynamics, but more the statistics or the geometrical properties of population activity. And how then this leads to understanding questions related to learning. So again, learning, I think, and plasticity and learning, and in particular reinforcement learning, will be quite a central theme this year, as many of the lectures will relate to that. And a few of the lecture also will discuss how learning then leads learning, so this is kind of the chiseling of the architecture and the activity as a function of the environment, then leads the brain to store or have internal models of the world, and kind of a couple lectures will discuss how to think about these models of the world. For example, cognitive maps is one example that is often cited in this context. And finally, there are several of the lectures also which will address more kind of cognitive questions and kind of depart from neural and implementation model and discuss more at the cognitive level. So kind of moving away from specific neural implementation, how can one think about questions of memory, learning, and behavior? So this should give you an overview of kind of the themes, I think, that will be treated in the summer school. And again, I hope the lecturers will forgive me if I've kind of summarized into rough way what they're going to talk about. So I don't know if you wanted to talk about the schedule.
Maybe you talk about the schedule. Yeah. I think we have structured the schedule such that we'll have a very intense interaction between the students and the faculty, as well as the organizers. Okay. So you can see that this afternoon, right, we start to have a life and science discussion where the two lecturers are going to tell us how they become a scientist, why are they interested in neuroscience, etc. And then after that, we will have this ice-breaking event, which is student presentations. And each of you are going to tell us your story in 3 minutes. Okay, it's a challenging task. And then you got to know each other. And also on the website, right, you are going to write one paragraph introducing yourself. So that's also one way to get to know each other. I think it's very important. And the lunch and dinners are ways for you to interact as well as to interact with the faculties. So for the dinner time, you don't have to just hang around with your friends, but you can also invite, for example, 1 or 2 speakers to go with you. Okay, and find a nice restaurant. Maybe they will pay for you. Okay, so that's a very good way.
Maybe they don't want to pay.
I mean, this is very important. Really to talk to each other, and also I'm a little bit nervous for this year's summer school, because although all the students, we have students come from different universities around the globe, but they all speak Mandarin for some reason. So I encourage you to interrupt Rava from the very beginning. Okay, so it's your challenge to sort of disrupt this rhythm, and in the end, he may not be able to finish the entire lecture, but that's fine. The goal is not to complete everything. It's to, if you can learn anything from this lecture series, that would be great. Okay. So, and you can see this is a very intense schedule. Okay. Then we have a 1-day break. Okay. And during that break day, we don't impose you to do anything. Okay. You can just have a city walk. And also maybe we can have some lab tour, right, in the Institute of Neuroscience. So there are so many labs, interesting things going on. So you can pick a lab that see what kind of experiment they're doing, monkey, primate, monkey, rodent, bigger fish, whatever. And in the afternoon, there are probably another lectures, right, from one of the mathematicians. He is going to get interested in visual vision. You want to talk about some modeling work, but that's independent of this CNeuro summer school. And you can also see that in addition to the student presentation, which are introducing yourself, we also have the student group presentation. What is student group presentation? It is a way to digest the material. Okay, so you find interesting lectures, like Rava's lecture, it's really interesting. And then you go through his slides, and then you might be able to pick up some questions or some errors in his presentations, right? And then you want to elaborate on it. Okay, so the group presentation, I think we have 6 groups, so we're going to have 3 on each day. Okay, and for each presentation, we'll have probably 30 minutes or so. Okay, so this is a way actually for you to have a more deeper understanding of the material. And we also have TA office holders, because some faculties, speakers might give you some problem sets to work on. Okay, so instead of using ChatGPT, you can actually ask the teaching fellow to help you to solve the problem, or you can do it by yourself. Okay, so this is also very important. You can have interaction with the teaching fellows as well, and this is after the dinner. Okay, this is all I want to say about the summer school schedule. And the next, do we have more? Okay, so I will let Rava to wrap up this session.
I'll just take a couple minutes. Just maybe one more thing about the schedule. This Life and Science, for those of you who are not familiar with CNeuro, it's just, it has been very popular in the last year, so it's just a couple of the lecturers who will sit down and you can ask them anything you want. So prepare your questions and ask us interesting questions and not uninteresting ones. The other thing is that this kind of looks like very short, but there's a change of state. This goes up till midnight. So make sure that you exhaust the TAs. That's the aim. And okay, and maybe the last thing is that at the very end we'll have also one session where you can address all your criticisms, suggestions, desires, and so on, so we can improve for next year. So as you have them during the week, you can record them and then let us know at the end of the week. Okay, so just a few things just to finish. First of all, we're trying to make the website useful by adding reading material and so on, so you can take advantage of it. If you want us to add more things, let us know. Again, I would want to add on what Trent said, that really try to communicate. The lectures are only a small part of the summer school. The main thing is really to discuss, know each other, discuss ideas and so on. And so come to talk to us, talk among each other. In past years, there were students who had WeChat groups to kind of arrange for things. I encourage this. Also, the TAs and you guys should organize informal gatherings, and you can provide feedback to us whenever you like. Last thing is, why should we study theory? I mean, today, neuroscience is very much experimental driven, especially that we have huge amounts of data. And so there is a tendency to think of theory as data analysis. And I think that this is certainly a very important role of theory, to analyze and summarize data, put data in a form that we can kind of digest it. It's certainly important, but it's not the only role, I think, of theory. A very important role of theory, maybe in terms of practicalities, the most important role is to suggest new experiments, I would say. And so that's another motivation. A bit more abstractly, I think theory is very important in caricaturing things. So in deriving from data, what are the aspects of data that are those we should focus upon? And lastly, I would say that it's maybe the least talked about role of theory, but in my view is the most important one, is to propose new ways of thinking, new pictures. So if you think about it, for example, the Hopfield model, I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, was a very abstract model, unsupported by data, and for many years it remained unsupported by data. Yet it gave people a new picture in which to think about things. And I think in that sense, it had a big influence. So I hope we'll try to illustrate some of these aspects during the summer. Okay, thanks. So let's break for 3 minutes and then I go with lunch.
All right.
Please interrupt me as much as you want. It's extremely boring for me if you don't interrupt. So please interrupt me as much as you want with questions, comments, anything. Okay, so normally I try to do things that are fairly quantitative mathematical, go through derivations. This time I decided I would take a bit of a different approach and I try to illustrate more the ideas because I want to go through a number of different ideas and I will spend less time on derivation. But there are some derivations in the slides and I'm very happy over lunch or a break to go through them with anybody who's interested. Also, this talk and maybe my other talk, although they will contain neural models, they will be geared more towards cognitive questions and high-level questions. And part of my motivation is that if you think about, for the physicists, if you think about statistical mechanics versus thermodynamics, statistical mechanics is a theory, is a microscopic theory that uses laws ruling the behavior of atoms and molecules. It would have been extremely hard to get anywhere with statistical mechanics had you not had thermodynamics, which is a theory of macroscopic quantity. Furthermore, thermodynamics really came out of trying to make a steam engine work. That was really the root of thermodynamics. So it was really to fulfill some function. And so I want to advocate the same thing for the brain, which is that the question we would like to focus on, at least in this lecture, is how do organisms, how do brains produce beneficial actions that can be decision, motor commands, and so on the basis of sensory input and memory. And here kind of the fact that this is beneficial actions and not any actions is kind of central because the system ought to be geared towards some type of actions versus any action. Okay? Now, what is the classical view of this? And by classical, I mean, for example, the view that economists have. So the traditional economists, they completely bypass the brain. So they say there's some stimulus, and that stimulus leads to an action. Okay, so an example is a lottery. So you have to choose between two lotteries, A and B. And so in the lottery B, you get 5 cents no matter what you do. In the lottery A, you may get C cents with a probability 1/2, and 0 cents with a probability 1/2. Okay? And so how do economists, or kind of, if you want to bypass the brain, how do you think about this? You say, well, I have an input. So the input is the choice between two lotteries A and B. I have to produce an action, which is I choose A or I choose B. So it's a very low dimension, it's a binary action. And I get some reward, some utility from my choice. And the utility will depend on the action I choose and on the lotteries that I was proposed. Okay? Now the lottery, at least one of the lotteries, a random thing, is a random variable, because you get C cents with probability 1/2 or 0 cents with probability 1/2. And so what you want to do, according to this fixture, is you want to maximize the expected reward you get. Okay? On average, you want to have the best possible reward, and so you choose the action that maximizes this reward. Okay? So that's kind of, in a nutshell, expected utility theory. Now, what does that imply about behavior, such a view? So it implies these three things. So first, it implies that people are rational. This is by construction because we say people want to maximize their average reward. Then it implies that the action is deterministic. So if I show you the same lotteries, you'll always choose, if I show you the same pair of lotteries, you'll always choose the same lottery because nothing has changed, you're still maximizing the expected reward. And finally, the action will only depend on kind of the relevant elements in the choice. So if I throw a lottery in blue versus red, it doesn't matter, because you're not relying on that to make your decision according to this picture. Okay? Now, behavior is completely different. And animal behavior is different, human behavior is different. And so one thing that behavior has is that it's irrational. So there are biases. So I will not always make a choice which is the best in terms of maximizing reward. In fact, on average, I may not make this choice. So I can have systematic biases, and sometimes we can explain these biases as some dependence on some context which shouldn't depend on. So for example, you've seen a bunch of lotteries, now I show you a new lottery. Your decision should not depend on the previous lotteries, but it does. So there's dependence on history that shouldn't be there. Okay? So that's one aspect of behavior. Another aspect is variable. So when people are presented with the same situation, they will make one choice in one instance, a different choice in another instance. Okay? So this was done with exactly this setup that I showed you. And it was done, 74 years ago. And this has been replicated many, many times. I'm just showing you this historic plot. So this is the behavior of human beings. This is the number of cents, so this is this C. And so you see that if you're maximizing your expected reward, as long as C is smaller than 10, you should choose lottery B. And when C exceeds 10, you should choose lottery A. Right? And so you should have a step function that goes 0 here. So the probability of choosing lottery A should be 0 until 10, and then you should jump to 1. And instead, what people do is, what you see is what you're all accustomed to, these smooth psychometric curves, where people gradually change the frequency or the probability with which they choose lottery B. And there are two things you can see. One is that people are what is called risk averse. So instead of instead of being indifferent, so having probability 1/2 at 10, they'll go beyond 10. So they stick with lottery B for a longer time. Okay? So they don't want to take the risk that is present in lottery A. And the other thing is that this curve is smooth. So, for example, if you're close to 10, there's a probability of 1/4 that you choose. So 3/4 of the time you do something, 1/4 of the time you do another thing. Okay? Now, this is just one example of a bias and a variability. But if you Google cognitive bias, you'll find dozens of examples. So this is a plot of some dude who tried to kind of categorize them. And I'm sorry you cannot read, it's a bit blurry here. Right? But these are many, many biases, cognitive biases that have been recorded again and again and are very robust. So it's not just a fluke or kind of an odd example. Okay, any questions? So, how would you explain this? So, first, we want to say how does the brain produce behavior. We want to first characterize what it is that the brain is producing. And what I'm suggesting here is that behavior is very different from what you would expect if you were a completely rational, perfect machine. Okay? So one obvious way to address this, and I think we see many examples in the course, is to start from properties of neurons. To say, okay, neurons have some response functions, they have some adaptation properties, they come in some form of circuits. If I want these circuits to make a computation, then I will have this and that feature of the computation that might look like these biases. Maybe, I don't know if you will discuss some of these things, but okay. But there will be some of these types of discussion in the course. Another argument is to say, well, evolution has taught the brain to adopt kind of very simple rules of behavior. So for example, if a stimulus is salient, let's say it appears in high contrast, in bright colors, you have a very loud noise, a very high speed, then you pay more attention to it than something that is not salient, and that will bias your behavior. Okay? And so here the argument is the brain has learned in evolution. It doesn't have to do with the constraints from neurons. It has to do with the fact that the brain wants to have simple rules of behavior that most of the time work well in ecological situations. But when you put them in a lab experiments, then those rules kind of break down, and the brain will show biases. Okay, so that's often discussed with the appellation of heuristics. Okay. Now, in this lecture and the next lecture, I want to take a different approach and want to say, no, the brain does want to be rational. The brain is trying to be rational. So the brain is trying to optimize its reward, but something is preventing it to do it perfectly. Okay? So one proposal is that the brain has some randomness and preferences are random. So one day you prefer lottery B a little bit for some mystical reason, and people have proposed these kind of approaches that I don't want to follow. Another approach is that there is misspecification. So even though you're doing an experiment and the experimenter is telling you choose the best lottery, maybe internally you get some reward by choosing the other lottery and seeing what happens. Okay, so maybe you're curious, and that has some internal reward of curiosity. And even though the experimenter is not explicitly including this reward function, you have it internally, and so that's what you're opting for. Okay, so that's another way to think about this, that in fact the model we're writing is misspecified, and we haven't included some internal drives that the organism may have. And all of these may be perfectly reasonable and fruitful ways to approach. I'm not advocating one way versus the other, but what I want to focus on is this last option. Not to say that we have ignored some drives, not to say that there's some sort of changes in the utilities that we don't know about, but what I want to argue is really that what matters is some cognitive or neural constraints that we have to take into account when we optimize things. Okay? And so what I want... Yeah.
Yeah. It seems all the principle here is about thinking about Homo sapien and Homo economicus. Do you think so?
So it's a good question. So I think that this is why I think that it's interesting to study experiments in the lab. Because either with animals or with humans, in the lab you can put it in a situation where you minimize the complexity of the context. And so you as an experimenter, you can control as many variables as possible. And you kind of explicitly ask people to behave towards some goal. Okay? And so it's not so much that, so I agree with you that in ecological situations you can ask your question, but that's why I like reverting to lab, where you kind of ask people to behave as Homo economicus. Even then people don't. You see? So that's the argument, is that even when people try to do it, they don't. And so that's the question. Okay? But you... Yeah, just one second, but you could also say that this is saying no, people are not Homo economicus because they don't want to maximize utility, they also want to maximize some internal.
It's all economic.
Well, it's economic in the sense that, but it's an internal thing. So it's not something that is what you would kind of objectively address as a utility.
But you are speaking the same language.
That's right. It's still a goal.
Yes, from this is some what we said the point is three inputs.
Right. So I will discuss this in some amount of detail. That once you start saying that there is some constraints of the kind I would say, then you're bound to say that the brain is doing inference, and I will discuss it. But maybe we can talk about it after I discuss it. Any other questions? Okay, so now it's very natural to think of constraints because obviously we never have access to the stimulus. All we have access to when we produce an action is our internal representation. We never have access to the stimulus in reality. And as I mentioned before, it's more complicated, but even if you just think of this simple chain, all you can rely upon is your neural activity and not the actual physical stimulus. And one important aspect of this neural activity is that it's random. So there is stochasticity broadly speaking, in neural activity, and I'll illustrate this. Okay, and so I can always think of neural activity as some mean activity that is the same when I repeat my stimulus plus some random variable, which varies from trial to trial. Okay? And as we said, an action will lead to some consequence, which comes with reward or loss, and also the stimuli are typically not completely arbitrary. In life, they're not arbitrary. You're now listening to me talk. It's not some white noise, I hope. And in the lab, you know, typically what happens in the lab is that the experimenter is drawing a stimulus from some prior distribution path. Okay, in many experiments, it's organized in this way. And so, what's the framework that we have? The framework is that there are some observations, some stimuli that are drawn randomly from some distribution phi. They give rise to some random representation, which is a random variable that comes with a conditional density. Okay, and then based on this density, based on the internal representation, we have to choose an action. And so we choose now the action, not the action that maximizes the utility as a function of the conditional on the true stimulus, but it's conditional on the internal representation. Okay? So that's the change in perspective that I want to propose. Any question? Yes?
This is the imagination. Do you mean that it is a Bayesian prototype?
Yes, so I will explain this and yes, that's absolutely correct.
This is some notation, this observation is a stimulus?
Yes, so that's a stimulus. So I draw a stimulus x from some distribution. This stimulus x elicits some random representation, and then I only have access to my internal neural activity, so I have to choose my action as a function of this activity. And the rational rule now to choose it, by analogy to what I showed you before, is to condition my expectation not on the true stimulus, but on the internal representation. So based on this framework, this is what I want to cover in this lecture. Just briefly kind of bring us on the same page on neural noise, show them how this implies Bayesian inference. I will do that briefly because I know you will discuss it, I think, or one of the lecturers will discuss it in detail, so I'll do that briefly. And then I want to describe some two possible approaches to how does one efficiently go through this Bayesian process. If I have time, I will then discuss how this picture relates to memory. Okay, so about neural noise. So you're all familiar, I think, with these old experiments of Hubel and Liesel. You show a moving bar, and the bar has different directions of motion, and then you record from V1. What you see in this neuron, for example, is that this neuron responds most vigorously when the bar is moving in this direction. When the bar is moving in a very different direction, the neuron is silent. Okay? And so on average, this leads to a tuning curve, so that this specific neuron responds a lot at 0 degrees and responds less when you move away from 0 degrees. Now, this is only the mean behavior. If you look at the single trial behavior, it looks very different. So this is an experiment by Sheldon Newsom. That's an old experiment in NT. And so what they show is they show the same movie many times, I don't know, 150 times or several hundred times. And then they measure the activity. And what you see is that there is some regularity. You see this vertical line from trial to trial, but there is also a lot of noise. And if you focus on, say, 1/10 of a second, which is fairly long time if you think of a movie, what you see is that there's very little structure when you go from trial to trial in this 1/10 of a second. Okay? Even though I'm talking now with several words per second, and you can still follow what I'm saying. Okay? But you have very little structure at this time scale. And in a given neuron. And so if I quantify the variance of the activity as a function of the mean count in a given window, then I get something that is a bit more than Poisson, is close to Poisson, so the variance grows more or less linearly, a bit slightly superlinearly a function of the mean count. Okay? So this was in MT, but you can do the same, and people have done the same more recently in V1. So this is a neuron that responds mostly, this is a polar plot of this tuning curve, so responds mostly in these directions, so along this direction. And now what I'm going to show is not the tuning curve, but the noise. And so this is for stimulus moving in this direction, what's the distribution in a given trial. Okay? And the bars are the data, the two curves are two fits, and the red is just Poisson noise, and the blue is a kind of mixed Poisson noise in which the rate itself is variable. So that's, it's not so important for our purposes what is this exact function of the variance as a function of the mean count. The whole point of these authors was to kind of demonstrate their kind of mixed model. For us, what is important is that there's an appreciable amount of noise. Okay? So what's the picture that we should have? The picture is not that I'm going to infer and calculate and produce an action based on a nice tuning curve. I'm really producing an action based on a single trial. And on any given trial, I might have some fluctuations around this tuning curve, and it's based on this noisy representation that I'm going to produce my action. Okay? Now, finally, what are the sources of this noise? There are multiple sources. One is purely biophysical noise, where not at zero temperature, there are fluctuations in the concentration of molecules and how much current goes in and out of the cell. Maybe that's not so important. Maybe a more important reason is that any cell is getting a lot of inputs, and it's getting inputs that are not relevant to the specific task, but have to do with another task or another sensory input that the brain has. And so effectively, these inputs play the role of noise. There are random modulations in the state of the brain. And another thing that is not strictly speaking noise, but can be interpreted for practical purposes as noise, is that the dynamic itself might be very chaotic. And so small differences grow in time, and this will effectively give rise to something that can appear. Okay, so this was to give you a picture of kind of the nature of noise, and this is very broadly the case in neural recordings, and so really one should think of the internal representation as being noise. Any questions or remarks?
Yeah, that's the reason seems partly matches the schemes strive as there's like a lot of variability, because there people generally assume it's the main source of input are stimulus. But the external stimulus is only a small portion of the input of itself. It's just that, well, at the same time, there are a lot of other things going on that the experimenters never really pay attention or characterize.
Yeah.
So those are maybe meaningful events, but not really noise.
Well, no. So I already have this comment when I discussed this. So I agree that those what I call random inputs, which you call the rest of the activity that impinges on this neuron, may be informative of something.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that is absolutely true. However, if I'm a readout circuit that is getting information, getting spikes from some brain area, and now my task as this readout circuit is to produce an action to decide between two lotteries or to estimate an angle, I don't know which spike, the spikes that come to me don't have little messages saying, half of me is informative about this, but half of me, I just have those spikes. And so for my purposes, these spikes are contaminated by this other information that I don't want to take into. Yes.
Yeah, there could be other sources of variability, such as mismatch between the word model with the word. For example, if I see something there could be some mismatch.
Right. So there might be errors in the sense that, for example, you're misinterpreting some input.
Imperfect knowledge.
but this would not be what I refer to as variability, because here what I'm thinking about is something that will change from trial to trial.
Yeah, it could be trial to trial. You can improve your knowledge about work.
Right, but what is the, so you're saying you learn. You're saying you update your model.
And this matching can be different, right? Like if the, for example, if I see a pendulum is swinging, right? Pendulum is a non-linear dynamics. But my knowledge about it can be linear approximated. It can be there can be mismatching between my knowledge against that, and there can be a large variability caused by this mismatching.
So there might be a large difference, but it doesn't mean that this difference should be random. In other words, suppose that you start with a model that is a linear model, and in fact you're observing some nonlinear phenomenon, then you'll update the coefficients in your linear model, but if you do it again, you'll update it exactly the same way. And so if you repeat twice the experiment, you will have differences, I agree with you, you'll have mismatches, but these differences will be completely repeatable from one experiment to another. Right? And so here I'm talking about things that I could not have predicted. In your case, if you know the algorithm and you know how you update the coefficients, you can say, you know, in 2 trials, this much will be my difference. Whereas in these processes, that's not the case. So this is the difference between the two. Yes?
Will this variability only generate we say the variability in choice, or it could also generate some bias in our choice?
Excellent question, and this is most of what I'll talk about. So if you don't mind, you will see, because I will discuss this in detail. The answer is both. Okay, so now, as you were suggesting before, this immediately implies that I will have to do some form of inference because I don't have perfect knowledge. Okay? So what I mean by this, again, this is our framework. There is some stimulus that is drawn from a distribution, gives rise to a random representation. I'm so sorry, I realized I switched from R to Z. Very sorry. And then I have an action conditional on this Z. Sorry, it's Z because I think of R as a latent variable, and Z is often the latent variable in machine learning. So it's switch from R to Z. Sorry. Okay, so now, what does it mean? What is this quantity? This quantity is the expectation of this utility when I fix Z. Okay? And so this is just the probability of having X is that if I fix Z. So this is the posterior probability of seeing X if I know Z. So this is what is proportional to just the product of this pi of X times the likelihood, meaning the property of having Z or R as conditional on X. Okay? So what this is telling you very simply is that whenever you're trying to do this optimization and choose the action that will maximize this quantity, pi plays a role. Okay, you cannot ignore the prior distribution pi. Okay? Now here's a very striking example that I really like. What you see here is the imprint of a foot in the sand. Do you agree? Now I will rotate this image by 180 degrees. I show you the same image. And now what you see is the foot coming out at you. Okay, now why is this? It's because we have an extremely strong prior that light comes from above because of the sun. And so if light comes from above here, then this must come out. And the shadows, this must be a trough. Okay? And so just because of this very strong prior that we have about where light is coming from, we completely have a different perception of an image which is the same. Okay? So this is just a very, another example which to me is completely striking is when you go on one of these escalators, like electric escalators, and it's broken. But you put your foot on it and you kind of expect that it will be different, but you know, you can see that it's broken. and it's not moving, but you have such a strong prior that your velocity will change that you kind of feel a bit destabilized for half a second. Or maybe it's just me, but okay, so yes.
Such kind of prior like beyond the abstract or marketing, or within the diagnostics of the
So I think in many cases it's beyond the access of our consciousness, at least in a very detailed way. Having said this, there are many experiments that show that you can retrieve the prior. So you can ask people questions that will elite and then from their answers you can reconstruct the prior. Okay? There are many experiments where you can see, for example, in motor command experiments where you can see that people explicitly take that prior into account. And so even though it's probably what you say away from the access of consciousness, in the sense that if I ask you what is your prior, you probably won't be able to kind of put it out in detail, still you can use it in many cases, and still I can elicit from you answers that will reveal it. There are also cases where you ignore the prior. There are also experiments. Yeah? Other questions? Okay, so now let's take a very simple example that will run throughout the lecture. And this is a case where you have a quadratic penalty. So the utility is minus this quadratic form. Okay, which means what? Which means that I want to choose an action that is as close as possible to x. So the experiment is very simple. I show you an angle, or I show you a distance, or I show you a duration, or some scalar quantity. I flash it to you, and then I ask you to reproduce it. Okay, I show you an angle, I remove it, and then I say you have to tilt the bar at the angle I've shown you. And so this is the penalty if you do a mistake. Okay? So if I have this, then I want to maximize, I said, this quantity. So this quantity, I told you, is the integral of the utility times the posterior. Okay, so now I take the derivative with respect to the action to find the optimal point. So I have now 2 times this linear form. I just take the derivative of this with respect to A. Now A is some action that doesn't depend on x. So I can integrate that over x. This is normalized, so this first term just gives me A. The second term is the expectation of x with the weighted by the posterior. I want that to be 0, and so this leads to the conclusion that the action I should choose is the mean of the posterior. Okay? So for a quadratic penalty, the action I should choose is the mean of the posterior. Okay, that's a general result. So now what does that imply for a very simple case where I have normal distribution, Gaussian distribution? So imagine that my prior pi of x is some Gaussian centered at some x0 with width omega, with standard deviation omega. Now I'm getting some stimulus. This stimulus produces some internal representation z, which is random. This internal representation is drawn itself, again, will assume from a normal distribution centered at x and with variance small omega squared, so that it has a shape like this. And so what I told you is that now my best estimate of the stimulus that generated z will be the mean of the posterior. What is the posterior? The posterior is up to a normalization. It's the product of these two bell-shaped functions. So I get this bell-shaped function kind of in between the two. Okay? So this one will have 2 properties that you can see graphically, is that the mean will be between the 2 means, and the width will be less than either of these widths, because I'm multiplying these 2 functions. Okay? So now, just quantitatively, if both are Gaussian distribution, when I multiply 2 Gaussians, I get another Gaussian. So the posterior, meaning the distribution of x conditional on z, will be a Gaussian with some mean x hat and some variant sigma squared. And now what is sigma squared in terms of these 2 widths? It comes with this very simple rule. if there is one thing, besides some of the big ideas of efficient coding and so on that we'll get to, if there's some detailed calculation you should keep from my lecture, it's this slide. Because this will be useful in many, many contexts. And you will see already in this lecture, this formula will be useful again. So what does this mean? This means that the precision, so that's the inverse variance, which is sometimes called the precision of my posterior will be the sum of the two precisions. And the way you do this is you just multiply two Gaussians and you complete the squares in the argument. Okay? So it's just like a two-line calculation. And similarly, the mean of the posterior is the weighted mean of the two means, so z and x0, weighted by these two precisions. And I can also write it as the mean of the prior plus some correction. And if correction you can think of as a surprise. So this is if your z is different from x0, you're surprised. Okay? So the prior has some mean. Now you see an observation that is different from that mean. So you're surprised. If it's bigger, then you correct your estimate, which was, in the absence of any information, the mean of the prior. You correct it upwards. And the coefficient is this that depends on the variance of the prior and the variance of the likelihood. Okay? So for those of you who are familiar, this is just the simplest example of Kalman filtering. So again, the conclusion from this is that if I'm doing some estimation task, what I will find is that instead of saying that the x hat is just z, I will say that x hat is between z and x0, and it depends on the variance. Okay, so instead of being here, I will be pulled in my estimates towards the maximum of the prior. Okay, is that clear? Any questions? Okay. So now, how can we test that experimentally? So here's an experiment that is exactly what I was telling you before. So one is distance estimation. So this is done in a virtual environment. People are seeing a screen. They see some person that is moving in some environment, and then they're asked to move by the same amount. Okay? So you have to estimate how much you've moved and reproduce that and reproduce in the computer game that movement, that distance. Okay? And the way people do this experiment is that they will do 3 different blocks, and each block comes with a different distribution of this duration. So they will have either a range of small displacement, intermediate, and large displacement. Okay? And they do the same experiments with angles. So you're shown an angle, and then you're asked to reproduce the same angle. And again, they do the experiments with different prior distributions already. Okay? And this is what they find. So this is the range that the distance that you're supposed to estimate, or the angle that you're supposed to estimate. If you're perfect at estimating, you would align with the diagonal. Okay, you would exactly reproduce the angle. And so what you find is several things. You find that you don't align with the diagonal. In fact, you're less sensitive, so the slope is less than the diagonal. So that shows that you're attracted to the center of the prior. Plus it depends on what your prior was, as you expect. So you're attracted to the center of the prior in that block. Okay? And they do the same experiment for time estimation. They get the same result. That's a different group. That's not this group, that the experiment, that's Jazair experiment. And so if you want to schematically, they summarize what they find in 3 effects. So one effect is that this thing that they call regression effect, it comes with many names because it was discovered, and we discovered many contexts called contraction bias, conservatism, central tendency of judgment, regression to the mean, all these names. And so what you find is that you're less sensitive to changes in your in your variable than you would be if you're perfectly precise, and you're less sensitive in the sense that you're attracted to the center. So if you completely ignored the observation, this would be perfectly flat. Okay, you just rely on your prior. If you're perfectly precise, this would be along a diagonal, and here you're kind of in between the two. Okay, so this is exactly what we predicted before, according to our model. And then they record two additional effects, is that the larger you are, so the larger the average range, this effect is more pronounced, and your variability is greater. Okay? So this, I didn't yet provide you with the theory to explain this, but I will now. But these are the additional effects that they derive from their data. Okay? You seem unhappy.
Well, scale variability their theory in the last
Right. So this
blue shaded area, like not see by scale for the large bottom left.
This?
Yeah. Maybe
No.
on the eye, that's just
No, you mean it's not a straight line? That's what you
no,
mean?
the variability.
No, that's their point. So the point is that as you move to the right, so as you have different blocks, the variability becomes bigger.
I thought it means that within the block,
No. So this is bigger than this, which is bigger than that. And this is correlated with the fact that the regression effect is stronger here than here than here. Okay? And we will, I mean, the fact that these two are correlated, you can already see from the experiment.
Understand why it's discrete, why you have three different, why it's not continuous.
Because you're attracted to three different centers. So you see, so let me go back. So if you go here, you see I've moved now my entire prior. And so here, if I'm in this prior and my observation is here, I'm a bit attracted to this prior. If I'm here, I'm attracted to the center of that prior. Now I move the entire prior here in the other block. So now I'm attracted to a different center of the prior.
Why do you have three different bodies?
Because that's how the experiment is done.
Sure,
So
that's three different
session, exactly. So maybe I was not sufficiently clear about that. So they do one session with this prior, one session with this prior, one session with that prior. So, and they do it for a long time, so you adapt to that prior. So you're absolutely right that if they interleave this, you just have a broad prior. Then you would have what I'm showing. Yeah. Yes.
This something related to so if the wire is running over the forming wire, this is something related to the brains of try to understand the world by categorizing it. If you have formed some kind of abstract average category, then it's there to map to the sort of action. So this is related to categorization. Forming category.
I mean,
Some kind of
well, I think, I mean, I don't think it has to do with the specificity of the task, like a categorization or something else. I think one possible answer is that, I mean, there's one answer which is just a purely mechanistic answer, which says that if you have adaptation in your sensory units and processing units, then their state will just be a function of what they've seen. And so this is, so their state will be some representation of the prior, no matter how you adapt and what is the specifics of the adaptation. So there's a purely mechanistically, as long as you have changes in your parameter, you will be representing one way or the other prior. Now, functionally, I agree with your intuition, but I don't think it has to do with categorization per se. You're just saying, I know my observations are noisy. So if I can supplement that with an additional source of information, I will be better off, I will be more precise. Whether I categorize, I estimate, I predict, no matter what my task is. So if there's a useful information, then I might as well store it. Okay, other questions? Okay, I'm going much slower than I expected. So, oh yes, yes.
Okay, I want to say how general this framework is in terms of the mapping between stimulus and action. Right, you use this, it depends on the path that you're doing, right? But this utility function probability is reasonable, but this mapping appears to be
Completely depends on the utility function. So so that's a very important point. I was going to emphasize it more later, but here the fact that the optimal action is the mean of the posterior is purely here.
so. Can you give us some more sort of this utility function has a limit, right?
No, that's just the experiment you do. So if you do an experiment where you tell people you have to estimate, and I will pay you, I will give you 100 yuans, and I will remove from I will remove from your capital this amount every time you do a mistake. That's what they have to solve. Of course, if you have a categorization experiment, the utility function will be different, and that's what they will have to do. Right? So yeah.
So if this experiment was done by only present the subject with single stimulus for the 3 blocks, and then after a while test it with others.
Single stimulus meaning
Just with not a range of animals. Wow.
so you mean but the same or different?
Then that stimulus will produce fire, right? Because you only have one difference for
So you say each time I do 1,000,000 times the experiment, and every time I show an angle of 25 degrees. That's what you're saying? Or?
1,000,000 times, maybe it's 5 times, and testing with others.
No, but that's important whether it's 5 or 1,000,000. Because if it's 1,000,000, then you're more sure that this is how nature is, and the next one will be also 25. If you just see it's 5 times, you're less sure.
That's human, if a few cases they will form fire.
Oh, absolutely. So okay. So now you're asking. Okay. So now you're so here we are assuming that people have adapted to that, and we're saying if people have adapted to these priors that these kind of priors that you that are using the experiment, if you're adapted to that, then you expect the result that they're showing. Now you're asking a different question, which is very relevant and very interesting, I think, which is that what are the priors that people learn? Okay. Now there are experiments on it, and for example, there's a recent experiment that shows that fairly simple priors are learned relatively fast, and when you have more complicated priors, say bimodal priors, things like this, people kind of approximate them, make errors, and learn them in a deformed way. So that's something that you can probe to some extent, how people learn priors. Now you're addressing yet an additional question, which is that if you give very little information to people, do they have some implicit regularization? So you show them 3 data points, and you ask them to then solve the problem. And you're asking what kind of implicit prior they will have constructed based on. I think this is a very interesting question. I think it's understudied. There are some studies of it for like people are given points and then asked to draw the circumference and things like this. But I think that's understudied and it's very important. But this really is a question about what are the implicit regularization that you're using, kind of an inductive bias that you're using to construct a prior with little information. I'd be very happy to discuss this more. I think it's very interesting. Any other questions? Okay. Oh yes, so I wanted to say why are these two things correlated? So I cannot yet tell you why this effect becomes bigger, but I can tell you why these two things are correlated from what we've done, and you can see it easily here, is that suppose that this is broader, the likelihood is broader, then I will have more noise, okay? But if this is broader, it means that, it means that this term will be smaller because omega is small, omega is bigger, which means that my estimate will be closer to the mean of the prior, which means this contraction bias will be stronger. Okay? So having more noise is correlated with having a stronger bias. Okay? And this you can already see from this picture. Okay, so this was one example. I will skip the next example, which is extremely fun because people have studied this kind of Bayesian inference in baseball, so they call it baseball. And you could show that there is kind of strong Bayesian inference going on in baseball player and with some nice observations. So, so here, basically, the picture we have now is that I produce some stimulus from some random distribution. This stimulus will generate a random representation. Based on this random representation, I will produce an action which leads to a reward. Well, the action that I should produce will depend on the noise and depend on this prior. Okay? Now, what I haven't discussed is what should this noise be? Now, you could say it's completely imposed by the brain, but obviously the brain, as we just discussed, can learn, is plastic. And so you can ask, how should the brain choose either this function, the tuning curve, or properties of the noise so as to solve this task in the best possible way? Okay? And this is the next question I want to address. But maybe we take a 4-minute break, and then I continue for the next 3 hours.
3 hours.
To optimize performance, and obviously the answer to this is, well, the brain should be noiseless. And if the brain is noiseless, everything will do perfectly. And so the reason this is not happening is there's presumably some limits as to how much the brain can reduce noise or how much the brain has capacity to store information. And so I want to propose a picture, which often people talk about as efficient coding, where we assume that performance is optimized subject to some constraints or costs. So the intuitive picture is as follows. Suppose that you have a stimulus that is coming in, and most of the time, the stimulus is in this region. Sometimes it fluctuates in a different region. And now you're saying, I want to construct some tuning curve, some mean activity to best represent this, but I will be subjected to noise. So this is the amount of noise I have here, this is the amount of noise I have there. And so how should I map this signal, this stimulus, into a neural activity in order to maximize my performance? Then it will be something like this. I will want to map this region into a broad region to kind of combat the noise, and map this region, which occurs rarely, into a small region because it only occurs rarely, so I'm not going to use it a lot. Okay? And so maybe I want this mapping to be such that here I have big fluctuations to kind of address the noise, and here I might have a smaller fluctuations than this one, but it doesn't matter because it happens rarely. Okay? And so what you see from here is that this mapping will depend on what's the allowed range that M can take, but it also depends on the structure of the noise. If I had a bigger noise here, I would want this to be even more kind of fan out even more. Okay? So that's the basic idea of efficient coding. And how do we apply it now to this angle estimation tasks? So imagine that I have these tuning curves that come with this variability. Now I have a population of them. So if I show you a given angle, on average you'll have this population response, but there will be some noise around it. Okay? And from the population response, I can read out an estimate of my stimulus, and then compare this estimate with the true stimulus here, and this error will quantify how well my brain is doing into decoding that stimulus. Okay? Now I can calculate this error as a function of the parameters in my tuning curves, like the amplitude, the density of tuning curve, the width of tuning curves. And this now I will skip this calculation because it will take the rest of the hour. And so now the efficient coding proposal, making it more specific, is saying I want to minimize this function, this Lagrangian, that has several terms. I want to minimize the imprecision, the coding imprecision, so I want to minimize this error. And I have some constraints at some cost. There will be some cost of using more spikes, and I want my number of neurons to be fixed. Obviously, if I can use an arbitrarily large number of neurons or spikes, I can encode anything perfectly. Okay? Now, the question is, what exactly should this measure of performance or measure of imprecision be? One obvious choice would be to say it's the average estimation error, so the average epsilon that I showed you before. But the authors of this paper here, William Simoncelli, chose a different objective function because that will fit the data better. And so instead of the average of the estimation error, they pick the average of the log of the which is related in some limits to the mutual information between the stimulus and the neural response. Okay? So when you do that, you can express this as a nice integral. So here pi of s is the prior, w of s is the width of the tuning curve of the neurons that have preferred orientation s, n is the density of neurons with preferred orientation s, and a is the amplitude of the tuning curve of neuron with preferred orientation S. And this, the cost of the number of spikes and the number of neurons, you can also express as integrals. And finally, the authors have to assume an additional constraint because this is too ill-defined. So they assume that the number of neurons that encode a specific stimulus is constant. So the density of a neuron times the width of the tuning curve at that stimulus S is constant. So if you assume this arbitrary constraint, it's not a natural constraint, it's just a choice of an additional constraint you impose, then you can solve this problem, minimize this function, and get very explicit results, which are very simple, very parsimonious. So what you get is that the density of neurons should be proportional to the prior, and that the width of the tuning curve should be inversely proportional to the prior. Okay? So this matches this picture I had here. Which is to say, when the prior is high, so when you have stimuli that you see often, so stimuli that are frequent, I will assign a lot of resources to them. So I will have a high density of neurons for those stimuli, and I will have neurons that have narrow tuning curve. Okay? And this optimization procedure that these guys proposed gives you a specific functional form, which is that it's proportional to the prior and inversely proportional to the prior for the width. And if you had chosen a different objective function, you would get something like square root of that. And that would agree less well with data.
What is AS?
AS is the amplitude of the tuning. So the height.
What is the additional expected?
Well, that's my way. Okay, so that's not the way they do it. That's my way of doing their calculation, which is to impose this. They do it in a more obscure way, I find. But it amounts to assuming that, which is that n times w is constant, doesn't depend on s. But they don't present it this way. Look at that. Okay, and finally, now you can also calculate, now that you have everything as a function of the prior, you can calculate the error as a function of the prior, and you find that the error, so that's the estimation error of a stimulus S, so an angle, is also proportional to 1 over the prior. Okay? Now, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and so the question is, can you match this with data? Okay? So what we've done here is so just to summarize, so what have we done? We just took an idea. The idea is we want to optimize performance subject to a bunch of constraints or costs. It's a purely theoretical idea. And from that idea, we said everything now is just a function of the prior. Okay? So how would I test this experimentally? I should measure the prior, and then I should measure these quantities, and I should see whether they match. Okay? So that can be done. So you can look at, so these guys took natural images, and they have some filters where they look at orientations in these natural images, and then they do a histogram of the angles present in natural images, and they find something like this. So you have many more vertical and horizontal orientations in nature than you have oblique orientations. Okay? And you can look at different environments. So this is inside the building. So if you look here, most edges are horizontal and vertical. This is in the streets, but in a city where you have buildings, and this is in nature, in a forest. Okay? So you have the same kind of corrugation, but of course it's stronger in man-made environments. Okay? And so then they go in cat and they measure these neural properties, and watch this and paint with aberration. So they measure, so that's the prior that I've just shown you, and then they measure the width of the tuning curves and the density of neurons with a given preferred angle, and they find shapes that really match very closely, at least qualitatively, what their prediction is. Okay? And finally, you can do a discrimination task and ask people to discriminate between two stimuli and look at their discrimination threshold, and then compare it with what you've calculated, and you find also something similar. Okay? So now, I just want to, there are two things here to appreciate. One is the power and the depth of this kind of approach, and the other one is a bit less kind of enthusiastic, but on the positive side, you just started with an idea of optimization, and you could say something quantitative about neural properties, and so you could find neural properties as a function of the prior, which is itself just the outcome of gravity. Because the reason we have vertical and horizontal lines is because of gravity. The trees go upwards and so on. And so you could find properties in the cat brain that is the result of gravity. Okay, so this is the very impressive part. The less impressive part is that there were many ad hoc assumptions that were used in the optimization procedure, ad hoc constraints. The other less impressive part is that this works well when you look at V1, which is close to the which is central. If you look at the periphery, if you look at monkey data, the agreement is much worse. Okay, and so I think there's a little bit of cherry picking. Yeah.
If we look at other feature dimensions of your signature and spatial frequency, do we also see this?
Yes, and unfortunately this morning I removed it. But I have exactly the same graph here for spatial frequency. And yeah, I just deleted it this morning. But you basically find this with the same caveats. In fact, we have a different model. I don't have time to show you, but we have a different model that gives you more flexibility, and so you find, instead of finding these things, you find this to some power, and for some data, those agree better. So I'm actually personally not at all convinced that this is strictly correct, but at least qualitatively. Okay, so now just a quick thing that is amusing is that this is really telling you that the neural properties should depend on the prior. Now, what if you change the prior? Okay, so this was done by these cruel experimenters, Blakemore. So they raised the cat in an environment with only vertical or only horizontal edges. Okay, now why does the cat have this collar thing, this thing around its neck? Any guess? Exactly. So to avoid the cat seeing the edges produced by his own body. Exactly. Cruel people. And so what they find is that they raise the cat in this environment, and then they measure the cells that have the orientation selectivity. And what they find is that in in the cats that are raised with vertical or edges, no cells have horizontal preference. And vice versa for cats raised in horizontal environments, whereas cats raised in natural environments show something much more uniform. Okay. Right, and so now you can see why this effect is becoming bigger here, because if you assume that in natural environments you have more small this range present, then you will have less neural resources that are dedicated to higher range. Okay, and so you'll have by comparatively more noise at higher range than lower range, and so you have more contraction bias and more variability. Okay, and this is kind of very general. For example, people have shown this for numerosity. You have much less noise in reading of things like number 4 than number 457, and you would find the similarity. Okay, so for number processing, it's very clear. So I wanted to show you how to think about this in cognitive terms and how it can give rise to what people sometimes refer to as anti-Bayesian biases. But I will skip all this because I have only a few minutes left. So I'm skipping a lot. Yes. Maybe this I will just briefly tell you. So this gives a very clean picture. In reality, of course, things are much more complicated. For example, if you look at this and you move your eye on this bar, you fixate here by moving your eye for 30 seconds and you switch to this, then you will see these gray things as tilted in the other direction. So there is some temporal adaptation that is kind of repulsive and then becomes attractive. So how you see the angle will depend on angles that you've seen in the recent past. Okay? And so this has also been observed in neural recordings. This is a tuning curve in V1, and then you show a grating for several seconds, and you will find this tuning curve changing both in amplitude, in width, and in preference, in its preferred angle. So there's temporal adaptation. There's also spatial adaptation. So this and these gratings are the same, but you see this tilted to the left because of this grating. So this is a repulsive bias. If you now move the angles too far away, then you get an attractive bias. And so you have both spatial context effect and temporal context effect that are completely absent from this efficient coding theory that I showed you. Okay? So in reality, of course, things are much more complicated. There are many dimensions that a simple theory like this doesn't take into. So let me now, just to finish, I don't think I will get to this point. Maybe I can mention this, I can briefly talk about this at the end in my second lecture. But let me just introduce you to an alternative to efficient coding. The reason why I want to do this is that this theory has barely penetrated neuroscience, but has been very influential in other domains, and it's very related to efficient coding. And so I thought it might be useful for you guys to see something that is very different from the type of approaches typically treated in neuroscience. So to summarize, efficient coding, as we saw it until now, this was the prescription. We want to maximize performance. And essentially here performance was mutual information. So we wanted to have as much information about the stimulus in the neural representation. And then we said that there is some cost on the production of spikes, some tuning curves, the structure of tuning curve, and so on. Okay? So this gave us some nice results, but you could criticize it in several different ways. First of all, why should your performance be mutual information? For example, when I showed you the lottery at the very beginning of the lecture, the performance is how much you gain from the lottery. You don't care if you see the number C precisely or not. All you care about is whether you win the lottery or not. Okay? Now, an argument is that for very peripheral cells, like photoreceptors, hair cells, and so on, those are not specifically designed for a task. And so maybe for those peripheral cells, you want those cells to carry as much information as possible. Okay? But at least deeper in the brain, there is no reason that the cell should favor mutual information. In reality, it should favor whatever task it's supposed to do. And then for the cost, we have a lot of arbitrary assumptions in the cost that was not very nice from a theoretical perspective. And so there's this rational inattention approach is an alternative to this, and says that, well, I should have as an objective function whatever objective function my task has, whatever the experimenter is telling me to do, and this should be left much more abstract. There should be some abstract cost of encoding, but I shouldn't have to specify by hand specific constraints. Okay? So how does that, how does that specific, what is a specific prescription that this guy proposed? So he got the Nobel Prize in economics for other things, but he also did this, which has become quite influential. And so he said, okay, what you have to do is to maximize the mutual information, the utility, conditioned as before on our internal representation Z, minus some precision or capacity cost. But I want this to leave this general. I don't want to say this is some, the width of the tuning curve or something arbitrary. Okay? So this is just the integral that we had before. And what he proposed to do here is to say, I want to have the cost to just be mutual information between the stimulus and my internal representation. So that kind of turns the efficient coding on its head. It's now saying, I want to eliminate as much information as possible from my stimulus into my internal representation, but I want to eliminate this information in such a way as to still maximize my utility. Okay, so that's a bit of a different way to think about the constraint optimization. Okay, and then I will say, by maximizing this, I will endogenize two things. I will find two things. One is the action, as before, but then is this function, the likelihood, is also endogenous. So it's not something that I prescribed beforehand, but I derive it from this optimization principle. Okay? So now I'm saying I'm leaving free this quantity and I'm deriving it from this optimization principle. So how does it work in practice? Let's take the same example. I have a utility, which is this quadratic penalty that Schoen didn't like before. And now we'll assume that, again, my stimulus is drawn from a Gaussian with mean x0 and subvariance omega squared. For this, the solution will be, I'm not showing you the derivation, but the solution will be that z is also Gaussian, and in fact z can be written as x, the true stimulus, plus some Gaussian noise. Okay? And then this quantity will just become, this integral is now will become very simple, because as we've seen before, this A has to be the mean of the posterior, and I calculated for you the mean of the posterior before when I told you should remember that slides. I had the mean of this Kalman filtering operation, and so this mean of the posterior, so this will be the mean of the posterior minus x squared, so that's just the variance of the posterior, and the variance of the posterior I calculated for you before is this. And for Gaussians, the mutual information is very simple. It's just the log of the signal to noise ratio. Okay? So now I've written my whole optimization procedure as a very simple function of sigma squared, which is the noise in my internal representation. And I can now maximize this with respect to, I wrote minimize, but I mean maximize this with respect to, minimize this with respect to sigma squared. Okay? And so what I find is that I find a solution for sigma squared in terms of the width of the prior and the strength of my constraint. This is a parameter in my theory, which is the prefactor of the constraint. If this constraint is low enough and zero otherwise. So what does it mean? It means that if my constraint is too strong, it will be beneficial for me to completely ignore my stimulus and have a completely uninformative internal representation with an infinite variance. And if my constraint is weaker, then I will have a variance of my internal representation that is a function of both my constraints and my prior. Okay? And then the action, that was my filtering, my Kalman filtering equation from before, but now I have a solution for the sigma that is obtained endogenously from this prescription, and I get exactly what I had before. I get the regression to the mean, so I get that my action, so my best estimate of x, will be some interpolation between my prior and my observation. Okay, so I get a very similar result from what I had before, except that if my cost is too strong, I will completely ignore my observation. Okay?
It's a minus sign.
So, yes, right, because I changed the sign. So here you see the utility.
It's a minus.
Yeah, I changed both signs. I'm sorry, this was not very clear. Okay, so what are the conclusions from this other approach? The conclusion is, one, the action as we wanted is stochastic, because the action will depend on z, and z is just a random variable. So the action that I produce is stochastic. Okay. The other consequence of this approach is that I have underreaction. So if I now see an observation, I will not move my estimation all the way to z, but I will interpolate between x0 and z. Okay? And so the action that I will take will be less responsible to a new observation than if I had full information, if I had noiseless processing. And this was the original motivation for this model. So people noticed that when the prices changed, people would not adjust their behavior according to the price change, but they would adjust their behavior less than the price change. They would be sluggish or slow in their adjustments. And so this was one way to explain it. And the other thing is that the responsiveness, so how much I adjust my estimate, becomes, I have higher responsiveness if this cost becomes smaller, or if my incentives are bigger. And I have higher responsiveness if the width of my prior is wider. Okay, so these were the qualitative features that come out of this model. So let me just make some conclusions. So one thing is that there is very universally there are cognitive biases and variability in all kinds of tasks, in judgments, in decision making, in prediction, in motor commands, motor tasks. And in both theories that we saw, both the efficient coding theory and rational attention that I just showed you, the noisy encoding is a cause for both things. So you were asking me, somebody was asking me before, does it cause bias or just noise? And I said both. Not only it's both that we see coming out of these theories, but both things are the consequence of noisy processing. Okay. As Chuan emphasized also, the biases depend on both the form of the prior and the task that you're doing and the nature of the encoding. I didn't have time to show you that in detail, but you can see, for example, that for the same prior, depending on the task that you're doing, you could have biases that are attractive or repulsive, Bayesian or anti-Bayesian, for the same prior. And both of these models had a similar spirit, although they're very different in their mathematical formulation. But the idea was that you want to encode things so as to maximize some performance subject to a metabolic or energetic constraint. And so essentially what you want to do is to allocate your resources in the best possible way. Allocate your neurons, your spikes, your neurons, and so on. And this basically is saying you're well adapted to the task you want to accomplish. And again, the behavior will depend both on the objective function and the form of the constraint. And I showed you some examples. And this I didn't have time to show you, but basically from a theory like efficient coding or rational intention, you can predict additional regularities. For example, biases and variance are correlated. I showed you one small example of this, but you can do this in a deeper way. But finally, I want to alert you to the fact that there are various unrealistic tacit assumptions that we're making. And maybe let me skip this last part, and I will just go to the unrealistic assumptions. And those are very important and are subjects, I think, of research and are very interesting points. So one thing is that all these theories take as an encoding function a very simple function. So like this mapping m of x, or this p of z given x. In reality, we have many different neuron types, many population. We have a high dimensional representation. So we should have a much richer theory with a higher dimensional representation. The other thing is that in all these theories, we assume that information is decoded optimally. I didn't emphasize this enough. We assume that we have noisy encoding. So I have a noisy representation R of my true stimulus X. But then I assume that given that R, I'm processing things optimally. And there is no reason that this should be the case. This processing is also costly in the brain, and so presumably that's also suboptimal. And then something that many of you have already commented on is that all these models that I showed you assume that the brain knows what the prior and the likelihood functions are. And in reality, they are learned from experience, and there are distortions in the priors and likelihood. And a final point maybe I can make, because it came up in a question during the break, is that here I showed you optimal theory. So I should say, okay, you write some function, some functional, some Lagrangian, you want to maximize it or minimize it. But I'm not asserting that the brain is actually explicitly doing this maximization or minimization. What we have is that the brain is getting feedback from the environment, rewards and so on, and must learn from this feedback some action maps, if you want, that satisfy this encoding. So even though I'm saying that the actions and the representation in the brain might be optimal in the sense of maximizing or minimizing those functions, I'm not saying that the brain explicitly does this optimization, but should learn what the mappings are that maximize its function. And so this process of how the brain learns from feedback is obviously very important and absent from these theories. Okay, so I will stop here, and I will see in the next lecture whether I treat some of the things I didn't treat here or move on to a different topic. But for now, I stop. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's start the afternoon session. So we have Yuxiu Shao who will talk. I just learned you're an engineer by background at another grad, and then you should do her PhD in computational science with Lewis. Then we met when Yuxiu was in Paris as a postdoc, and now she's a faculty in Beijing. So.
Hello everyone, I'm Yuxiu Shao. I'm with the faculty based in Beijing, Beijing Commonwealth University, School of System Science. And talk about, so as a basic lecture, so I'm supposed to do lectures, and the basic one is, the title is Studying Random Recurrent Neural Network Models, also known as Advanced Linear Network. So Actually, I should admit that, yeah, I did my PhD with Shao and the postdoc at University. And I did twice a PTA here. So I'm originally a student with US and then a TA here, and then currently I'm a faculty. So I just want to tell you, just try to communicate with your TA. Maybe 2 or 3 years after they will become faculty, and you can tell your peers that, oh, I'm familiar with really fancy theorists. Okay, the outline for my presentation today, for the basic lecture, I will divide it into 2 parts. The basic part of the basic lecture, and then the advanced part of this basic lecture. So for the basic part, I will introduce the foundational compositions of recurrent models. And then for the advanced part, I will introduce the low-rank optimization model and low-rank optimization. And some of you have already met my PhD or postdoc supervisor certain one time. So this work is there will be some overlap, but I will put some put my thought into this part of presentation. And just to be clear, I will prepare some whiteboard derivatives. So if you have pencil and some paper by hand, just take it out and we can do it together. Okay, so the first part I will introduce basic foundational compositions of recurrent neural network model and including the building block of the neural network and what is the recurrent of neural network. So I'm not talking much about the recurrent neural network in artificial intelligence, but I'm talking about recurrent neural network used in cognitive and neuroscience. And then the magic transfer function, the linear network versus nonlinearity, and then the theoretical regime, which like the physicists will be very glad to see this kind of thing. So I will first introduce one work, which is, I really like this work. This work is from Bing Bronson at the University of Washington. And they published this work on this high impact factor journal, and what they show is they claim that they developed this artificial agent to mimic the behavior of the fly pursuing the fruits. And this is actually a big advantage in this field because thanks to the advance of the biological techniques, like all you guys from ION should be familiar with this. You have this in vivo patch dump, and you have this. You can even find this synaptic, this high resolution connectome data set, and you are recording. But I think all of you from experimental field should like. I always hear they complain about like it takes so long to record even one data set. And it's extremely hard to, like, you can't have the neural recording from this task. And you can't have the behavior recording, like behavior data, like you have this behavior paradigm, you have this psychometric curve, of course you can have this kind of thing. But it's very hard to align these two together. It's hard to simultaneously record a neural recording pattern, neural recording as well as the behavior output. That exactly corresponds to this neural shape. But to do this kind of thing, you train an artificial agent to mimic the behavior that is employed by the real animal. And then you do not need to record anything, you just let this artificial agent keep running, and then you can simultaneously have the neural recording, that is the activity of the hidden unit in the neural network, and then the behavior outcomes. You have both. And you have infinite long trials, as long as you can imagine. So that's why I think the development of this in silico computation approach for the neural network applied to neuroscience problem can actually open a new venue for us to do computational modeling and to get a better understanding of how the animal and our human beings are really doing in some specific cognitive tasks. And this kind of implementation of the neural network in computational neuroscience is not a new question, actually. Some of the people from machine learning field, they will say that we developed this algorithm by ourselves and we didn't borrow anything from you guys neuroscientists. But like we have this agreement that even the most arrogant artificial intelligence, these researchers, they agree that at least in the field of computer vision, they borrow the idea from human mental processing, like Hugo and Weasel did. So this is a very famous paper from Daniel Yanis and James T. Carroll. They actually they use this deep feed-forward neural network to mimic the visual processing in our brain, like this hierarchical structure. What they did is they map each layer in this CNN to the corresponding visual cortex in this visual pathway. And they, using this kind of mapping and techniques, they said that maybe the deep neural network can be a new framework for modeling biological vision and visual process hierarchical. But is the deep neural network the whole story? The DNN it still has some limitations. For example, as Rava discussed this morning, there should be some internal representation of the information exist in our brain. And this kind of information representation is not just a mirror, like you have this input stream, right? And then I will reflect the information in our brain, and then I output the same thing. It's not this kind of thing. Imagine you can have this information received from the external environment, and then you need to do some computation and calculation and transformation to self-digest this kind of information and use some neural representation in your brain to represent this information in your own way. And this type of computation cannot be done using just the feed-forward network. That's why we need to introduce more biologically plausible connectivity structural architecture to our brain to represent or to use this kind of structure to implement this kind of complex computation. That's why we introduced the recurrent neural network. The recurrent neural network is a very good approach to, it's very good structure to maintain the information and do complex computation through this recurrence, like the bidirectional feed-forward as well as feedback interaction. And it has been tested in a series previous work. The recurrent neural network can perform very well in this network memory task and other type of tasks that require the complex computation and the transformation of the external information. And currently, I have introduced you why the study of the recurrent neural network is important in computational neuroscience and understanding complex cognitive function. And then next, I will dissect all the elements and essential elements of the random recurrent neural network model. The first basic element in the random recurrent neural network is neural activities. So I'm not talking about more molecular perspective of this model, so I will just start from the neuron as the basic, the minimum element. And the neural net model unit can have different properties. For example, you can have discrete time dynamics or the continuous time band. You can have network with different physiological properties, for example, different excitability, like excitatory neuron and inhibitory neuron. And you can also further differentiate inhibitor neuron to different type of, from, for example, VIP, SOM, and PV cell. Okay, and for the neuron-like model itself, you can have spiky neuron and rate model. So for this course, I will focus on the rate model because it's simple. Yeah, and it's more interpretive. And if you classify the neuron based on their functions, you can have neuron classified to different selectivity. And you can have some specific neuron that can get some specific information and others otherwise. And when we define the neuron unit, we further want to define the dynamics that is implemented by this neuron unit. So the specific way to define the dynamics that can be activated by the neuron or the unit as the activation function or the transfer function. So in the recurrent neural network field, we usually can, like, the simplest way to separate these transfer functions is linear or non-linear. And linear is very simple, it's just y equals x. For the non-linearity, we can consider Tenesh, real function, Heaviside, and C model. And we define the neural model and its dynamics. The last thing and very important thing is the central coupling between this neural model. It's like here you have the node and then you have the edge. This is the edge. And for the coupling, we can have this fully connected neural network, and we can have sparse connectivity. And beyond this fully and sparse connectivity, we can design non-trivial structural connectivity. Okay. And these are elements of RNN I will discuss later. Okay, if you have any questions, just interrupt me. Okay, and I will start from the neural unit. So the simplest one, to begin with, I will start from the single neuron dynamics or single neuron model. So I will mainly focus on the leaky type neuron-like units. So if we consider there is one single unit here that is neuron with neuron index with I, and then how to describe the dynamics, we use ODE. So if this is just one single neuron here, we can use this dynamic equation dx versus dx over dt equals minus xi. And then if you plot dynamics with the temporal evolution of the x, that is what we call the dynamics of this neuron I. You can see this exponential decay of dynamics. X-axis is the time and y-axis is the value of I. And then, okay, so here you can see that actually I have different lines here. And this different line, of course, it shares different initialization, that is at 0, but also you can control the velocity of this decay by adding n-time constant in front of this dx over dt. And then there's the question, why I have this minus here? So the minus mathematically is a negative thing, but physically, it has this physical explanation is that it represents the leaky term. So by nature, the dynamics cannot be maintained if you do not give any input. So the dynamics will decay if the system is stimulus free. So that's why I have this minus here, and this corresponds to this word leaky here. And as a contracted visualization, and if I put this correlation here positive, then the dynamics will diverge, which means that the network, or no, the dynamics of this neuron is unstable, and it's counterintuitive, right? Okay. So in real world, or when we feed the neuron data, or we build up a model, don't want the network always, the dynamics always decay to 0. So how can we maintain the final state of the activity of a neuron to be not 0, not trivially 0? The answer is we add an external input. And through adding this external input, we can lift this a steady state of this dynamic of this neuron I to a non-trivial constant. Okay, so until now I've been discussing the single neuron dynamics. Remember, I'm going to discuss network. So how about putting many neurons in the probe and study one neuron that is residing in the probe neuron and interact with it. So then we put this neuron into this pool of neurons, and we still study this neuron I, but instead of being isolated from others, currently the neuron I receives input from other synapses, from other neurons. And this mathematically is represented by this recurrent term. So currently is I, the input received by the neuron I is no longer a constant. It depends on the firing rate or activity of other neurons through this term. And the magnitude of the impact from neuron J to neuron I is represented by the coefficient or the synaptic coupling weight, Jij. So Jij represents the amplitude of impact from neuron J to neuron I. Usually, because Gaussian distribution is simplest distribution we can analytically handle. So usually we will sample this Jij as a random variable from the Gaussian distribution. I will discuss this later, but just keep in mind here, I have an assumption here. And for computational neuroscientists, especially who is doing this population dynamic or dynamic system, the first thing we want to check when we get this ODE or this temporal dynamics equation here is to check the fixed point. That is the steady state of this firing rate, the steady state of this dynamical variable S. And I tell you that this kind of linear neural network can have two main steady state patterns. One is the stable patterns. The natural dynamics Xi will finally converge to 0. Another one is unstable steady state, which means the Xi will finally diverge to infinity. So these two are the only solution for this kind of simple linear recurrent neural network model. And here I leave another question. What's the criteria of this phase transition from stable to unstable? I will leave this later. Okay. So currently I have finished the linear recurrent neural network part before a short summary. I show you the linear recurrent neural network model where there is no stimulus, so it's stimulus-free. And dynamics can be explained or mathematically modeled by this kind of ODE. The derivative of x equals leaky term minus x plus recurrent term Jx. And this kind of network can have this stable activity pattern that is converging to 0. So we also call this fixed point with stable pattern as a trivial fixed point x equals 0. So if you see all these dynamic properties of this kind of linear recurrent neural network, we find there is a problem. That is, except for this trivial fixed point 0, the neural dynamics will diverge. So there is no meaningful pattern that can represent like wires, knowledge, visual input, orientation, etc. So no, it's just a trivial fixed point. Otherwise, it diverges. Can you hear me clearly? If I don't want to. How to solve this problem? Okay, introduce nonlinearity. It's very simple. So currently, I introduced the linear recurrent neural network using this formula here. And linear, I mean, by linear, I mean the transfer function, which is another element in the recurrent neural network, is star rate equals x. So the pre-activation is exactly the post-activation of rate. Okay, so this is a linear recurrent neural network. How to make the transition from linear to nonlinear? It's very simple. And nonlinear transfer function. The nonlinear transfer function can be anything like 10-Nash. If you want policy one, you can use model or random. Any type of nonlinearity you can use, and you can determine which type of nonlinearity you want to use. Using just the, you can choose the one that best fitting, that can best fit your data. So it depends on. So here's the visualization of one type of nonlinear. I think this is 10-Nash. So the value of the 10-Nash, the output value is -1. So take care. If you want to fit your data set, use 10-Nash. You'd better to do some standard scatter before fitting your data to this 10-Nash. Okay. So this is one formula for the nonlinear recurrent neural network, but you can have alternative one. So this is you have this. You can have this. You can, instead of modeling the pre-activation S, you can have the post-activation or foundation. So these two are actually equivalent to each other.
3, 1. Let's take it.
Thanks, boss. I have the first. So you can just have first, when we start from these ones, okay, to have the x, and then we can see we have dx dt equals -1 plus j by x, right? And then we start from here, and then we have this equation here. And we do the derivative on both sides, we have x. Okay. And then we replace this left side by this equation, we have j r derivative equals, we replace this with this, minus jr plus j by x. Now we cancel this term. We will have r minus r plus. And this is exactly. So I think what. So that is the pre-activation. You can see the synaptic input. Synaptic input current. Then this is the current rate. You can think it's just a spike. And then the spike will trigger the EPS-SP or EPS-C, the post-synaptic excitation, potentiation for current. And then that will lead to the synaptic input.
SP for the definition of the semantic card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually, I'm not sure whether as Huang will mention this equation, because this is the equation used by some reason. the original chaos paper. But I just want to say this is recurrent.
You can have more general way to add nonlinear.
You can even use
Instead of doing some inside, you can do some outside.
but that may be different. So I know there's some work by outside. That might lead to some tiny nuance difference, but
Not all.
yeah. Quantitatively, it's
So, the last question, the finance should be clarified, in last.
yeah. So the X should be rapidly replaced by yeah. Then it's looking separate.
I still there's find a performance package in this. And the SCT equal to minus S plus ZT. And this equation, is not exact solution or analytical solution for xt. If you use the x equal to say r, then it is to you put the time argument inside, and then it is you solve the solution for xt. So it needs that little bit if you write out this part, and e equal to say r, the r is xt. Maybe this is the other whether I have in mind you can here. If it looks like this, it seems to have the recursive solutions of what kind of ft is the class one. Yeah, I think this is kind of update this condition if this community update maybe some rules. But this one is a continuous one. And then you do is you have some general and analytic or the
no, this is not. This should be.
Still continue.
If you want this.
Then you give them what? Yeah, on team. And then they just leave it. I don't think they have any yeah, it happens. Definition.
This is not the dynamics, it's just the and then I did a transformation on the that's what I did for the linear recurrent network is to study the fixed point or steady state of the events. I will not do the mathematical relation because that is what I'm supposed to do. But I will show you the result. That is the steady state of this network is much bigger than the linear recurrent. So you can still have this tree of fixed point if you do not have this external input. You can think that if all the synapse for all the neurons are silent, and then that is the tree of fixed point. There's still a tree of fixed point that is zero, not all zero vector, but there might be persistent or ongoing activity. It can be some non-trivial.
What is this for?
Fixed point mathematically is you set the dynamics to zero. That is a network keep a dynamical equilibrium, a dynamical yeah, you should care about this definition, but just for
interesting problem.
Well, I don't think this point is an interesting problem because I think I think non-equilibrium is the most interesting thing because every time when you talk to the doctor or any researchers do with mental disorders, schizophrenia or autism, they always talk about unbalance or non-equilibrium. But we are normal people. So if I phrase it in a fancy way, that is the fixed point is a dynamical property that you can that is important for the task implementation or any kind of stable cognitive function. But if I, to be honest, because the fixed point is the only thing you can have many ways, mathematical tools to code it. That is my explanation. Okay. Continue. So we have this different. We have this non-trivial fixed point. And very interesting is we can practice oscillatory oscillation. And we can even have richer ongoing activity. And if I can, I will say it might be our dynamics. And I will leave this question later if I have time. So we can still use the theory underlying the recurrent to define what controls the frequency. This is very important for this kind of frequency study. So later, if you are familiar with this time clock study, you have this time clock, and if you are studying sleep, you have this periodic wake to sleep, wake to sleep. And if you are studying the fMRI, you can always find some wave propagation in your fMRI and how to quantify this kind of dynamics happening in your brain. You will do some past computer and study how you quantify this kind of the dynamic of the wave. And you can use, of course, you can use oscillator mode directly. But I want to convince you that using recurrent neural network, you can also study this oscillator life.
So transfer function is important actually show their intention gauge. That's we change the form like in way like function or edge like function will its influence the final result of the stability analysis.
Yeah. So I will show later that if you use 10H, the simplest case is that if you use 10H, you want to see the phase transition, the breaking point between Bayesian state to chaotic states. Yeah, it's very easy to switch it into one. But if you change it to a positive transfer function, for example, H plus a positive value, and then that will directly shift the microconnection points. And if you want to find the biological explanation for this, is maybe the dynamic pattern, or at least the mean activity of some certain population will change, or if you increase or decrease the kind of mean activity of the non-perfect population to cause this. And then if you want to link it to cognitive function, that might be the cognitive resources used by that system will change to cause this phase transition, state transition. Okay, and then this is the question asked by Silveira. So, as I said, I will recall you, I sampled the recurrent commutator Jij from a Gaussian distribution. Like this, I sampled Jij from a Gaussian distribution, and I had a question for you that what is meter persistent ongoing dynamic. And if I have the simplest connectivity rate, that is the mean connectivity rate is 0, and the fluctuation, which is the rarity of the center connectivity, is g squared over n. This is why I call random component. And then, if you do some numerical simulation, you just run recurrent dynamic as I showed you before, and then you will find that when the g is less than 1, the dynamics is stable. The steady state is fixed for steady state. Once the g, this parameter, plus 1, the dynamic will enter the system out of it. So this is if you change the g. And there's another way to do it. The eigenvalue of g.
Non-linear system, enough. The eigenvalues of J for the city.
Yes. As far as we use storage.
So for the branch, it's enough if I use the difference in all the
Yeah, it will change. So, maybe you
What is
didn't,
X and Y here?
you didn't hear Rava ask. So, what is this? This is what I want to show you next. Is there's another way to check this kind of problem, the trivial value for the phase transition from fixed trivial fixed point to consistent one. Is through the eigenspectrum of the metric J. What is eigenspectrum? You all know eigendecomposition, right? And then you do the eigendecomposition, and J metric is an n by n metric, which means there are n neurons in your network, and all the neurons are fully connected with each other through a Gaussian distributed random variable. And then you do the eigendecomposition on these metrics, you get the eigenvalue spectrum. Like each point here represents one eigenvalue. And because you have n neurons in your network, so there are overall n eigenvalues to be plotted. And x-axis is the real part of the eigenvalue, and y-axis is the imaginary part of the eigenvalue. So the eigenvalue of this kind of metric J is complex value.
Why the unit structure is very important to plot?
Good point. So,
That's your homework.
So here I not only assume that J is sampled from a Gaussian distribution, but IID sampled from the Gaussian distribution, identically independent. So any of the Jij is decorrelated or independent from any of the JKI or JJK, any kind of form. So each connectivity Jij is independent from it. I think they are independent from each other. So that's why I have this this perfect circle, and also if I don't know how to do this, but I can plot the distribution of this both in real, regarding the real axis for white imaginary axis, and I will have the uniform distribution. Right? And then you see the distribution is like uniform distribution. It might be non-uniform. Okay. So there's another thing I didn't mention is that it seems that the radius of this circle somehow correlates with G. If you have this observation, I will tell you actually the radius of this circle is exactly G. Okay, so if I do not give you the G, I just give you the eigenvalue spectrum
function, and then you can see, oh, this radius is crossing this critical value 1, and then the network should be in the counted state for this assessment on volume activity state. And for this, I will recommend this paper from David Clark and Larry Everett, 2024. They show that very fancy. They show not only the health state, and they show some space-going state, and they also show the semi-freezable health and freezable health. You can imagine there is the Zamo case and semi-Zamo. Okay. And then I conclude that why it's important, or what is the impact of making a more fluctuating synaptic coupling? Synaptic coupling has large variance. The importance of making the synaptic coupling fluctuate more is that you can get richer dynamics, rich repertoire of dynamics from this network with more fluctuating synaptic.
What do you mean by more fluctuating?
Like you have larger G.
Or it's just larger G, and you don't change the sequence.
Yeah. I didn't change this. Why I didn't change this is because I want to introduce this mathematical tool originally from statistical physics. That is the dynamical mean field theory. And this can give you very clear description of the difference between each dynamic regime. You can use the mean field theory to solve the correlation function of these dynamics. You can study the dimensionality. You can study the participation ratio, also another perspective of the dimensionality. You can obtain all these things from the dynamic mean field theory. And these are some classic references. Volume will elaborate this more.
So the feedback on here is from me.
Yes, from
And so why do you have an overlap between the fixed state and the say the data statement? Why? You know that.
but that I think is unreachable.
It's what sorry?
It's unreachable.
And found out.
But it might be key.
Number 6. Yeah, and
Number six.
Great point. Number 8 or number 8.
Real paper.
The stimulus, when you put the stimulus of the people. So if it is a random calculated that's heading to
Yeah.
no, I think on the video we are stable the class fish point. No, I understand that. Yeah, I was saying why do you have this dash? What's the dash? The meaning of the dash? We think it to be English. But we have pictures of the dynamics on that photo. So we have lots of them in front of the back. It's really different coexistence. So if you do the independence conversion, easily to see everything. You have the data of the instruction. Because this is a discontinuous not supposed to happen. If you submit to the linear,
And they have no T label for the fixed time. Right? Others they give our function and here give no time label in x. That might be good. That's it. Yes, yeah.
Maybe really Then I will summarize the nonlinear and we can actually explain the interpretability in the linear recurrent by introducing the nonlinear. And it will give us a level 4. But there's a still problem. I should admit that how dynamic can, for example, the dynamics is in hand of fields, and then it will lead to some power combination capacity. But still a problem that if you have this uncontrollable chaos dynamics, it cannot help you to define what we cannot relate. It's very hard to relate the chaos dynamics and related related function. So how to deal with this problem, the uncontrollable problem?
What if the still?
But it depends on the scenario you want to study. For example, if you want to study the sleep, then it might be hydrogen. It might be subjective, but if you want to unify the percentage to something like the task. During the exam, then we need to have some very stable and relevant. Yeah.
So here you are focusing on pairwise nonlinearity. We have like more structures, like triple interactions. Is why it's a common factor in neuroscience, neurocircuits.
Okay. So for this, to solve this problem, I will solve the one way is we have some structural input. And the second way is structural input. And each of them correspond to internal and external and internal revelation. So for this course, I will focus on external input. So here, instead of stimulus free, I have this external input. And there are different types of external input that can apply to this system. For example, I have one kind of uniform input, a constant input. I can have a random input, that is the corporal of the uniform one, and all other type of uniform particular colors. And I can have this period of cosine type input. And more interestingly, I can have some tasks. What I give to what I use to train an animal, I can directly put it into the recurrent network. Force the recurrent network to output similar behavior as the answer for the model. That's interesting. Okay, when we introduce the external input, things become complicated. The first questions are spectral analysis based condition that are still sufficient for systematic analysis and description. And what is the specific population activity patterns? So I just introduced you to use the spectral analysis to study the dynamics of the system, but spectrum didn't give you any type of pattern. It just tells you what's the dynamic regime, but it doesn't tell you the specific pattern, activity pattern caused by this system. And how can we determine the population activity pattern? And how to describe the non-stationary approach of environment? Rather than meaningful dynamic, but rather the meaningful, how about the meaningful dynamic or meaningful population activity is proving a transient phase, not a steady state. Okay, I didn't have time actually, but I will list the equation here. So to solve this, I will tell you I want to address not only the eigenvalue spectrum matters, the connectivity mode, or simply say the eigenvalue eigenvector matter. Why the eigenvector matter? still put this equation here. We have x t equals minus x plus, I will ignore the nonlinearity and just use the linear. It will be simpler. And u, okay? Right. You can solve this ODE, and the solution of ODE is it's so this part is the one determined by correspond to the initial state. And this part is the dynamic driven by the external stimuli. You another report here. You find something? This is I identity matrix minus J, right? So you all know that if exponential positive value times t, then it diverges, right? As the t goes to infinity. But if exponential minus value times t, then it decays to 0. That's why, and recall why the eigenvalue of j, that is g, the biggest, the largest one, should be less 0. Because otherwise, this term will diverge. Okay? Now just assume that network is stable. And when t goes to infinity, this term will be void. Right? And the dynamic was determined by this term. Do some linear algebra. J is the matrix, and you all know that how to do the element decomposition of J is J V equals lambda I V I, right? This is element decomposition. So V is the eigenvector of J, and lambda is the corresponding eigenvalue. But I will tell you that this is the right element, right element decomposition. There is another form of element decomposition because J matrix, if you consider a connectivity matrix, usually it's not symmetric. Jij is not equaling to JJI, so it's not symmetric. So the network we call it non-normal matrix. Non-normal matrix means that there will be different left and right decomposition. I'll just give you the expression for this. If you consider non-normal matrix J that is non-symmetric, J equals R, which is right eigenvector as the V here. Lambda, which is the double law matrix representing the eigenvalue corresponding to R. And then L. L is the left eigenvalue eigenvector of the J matrix. Okay? So this the L matrix actually is the eigenvector, white eigenvector of the J transpose. It's the eigenvector of the J transpose. So it's just a mathematical thing. And then you can replace it to this equation. Because L transpose and R is still what is delta I is identity matrix, which means it constitutes a bottom basis vector. The set of a bottom vector. And then you replace this, the J, by R, lambda, L transpose. And also, as I said, this I can be replaced by what? By, sorry. Can be replaced by R, L transpose. And then finally, you will get, you can actually, for this matrix, because you can move this R in front of here and move this R, L here. And finally, you will get R transpose. Why I should do this? For this part, you can think it as a scalar. And then this and that. So it's like the use of coefficient in front of the vector, and this vector directly determine the dynamic. So, the dynamic that is dependent on dynamic can be captured by a linear combination of the column vector in the right eigenvector of the connectivity matrix J if we assume the linearization. So, this gives you the intuition why we want to find the connectivity, some structure in the connectivity mode. Because only through this way, we can get a more comprehensive understanding of the activity pattern in the neural network system. Although this is not rigorous, it's just a visualization, some information about why we do this kind of connective decomposition and adding all the description of this kind of model. And this leads to my second part of the talk. I will give it very quickly. Low rank approximation. Just to give you some idea of what is the rank. So as I said, so the R vector is, no, this is not actually a vector, this is a vector n by n. But if you consider individual lambda here, then each individual lambda corresponds to one column in the R. So if you consider a matrix J, as I said, you have n eigenvalues, right? So if the n eigenvalue they have no, they are all different from each other, and then the network is forward. It's 4. And the low rank approximation you can think about is something like PCA. To keep the most important rank, the dominant ranks, and then to use that rank to approximate the original 4-rank network. So that is the basic idea. And I will give you a detour of the RNN. So to differentiate the RNN used in neuroscience with those using artificial intelligence, I will use this continuous time recurrent neural network because we have this sticky term, so it's continuous time. I mean, continuous time recurrent neural network, we will have, as I said, elements. We have this recurrent block first, and we have input, and we have input pattern, and we will have the output after passing the recurrent dynamics through this without that. So this part is what I showed you before. Is the dynamics in the nonlinear recurrent neural network with stimuli, and then if we pass this nonlinear neural activity through a nonlinear transfer function, then we get a ring, and after passing this ring to this result, and we will get the output. So usually we will force the result to match some of the experimental observations, but just as I said, I will not focus on this part. And Professor Gaming will focus on this part later.
So PCA, I can consider it to maintain the spatial variabilities, like keep the highest rank, low rank, with that. Here is temporal variability, temporal variability. If it's low rank, we just keep the low rank, we can keep all the temporal variability.
Keep the temporal variability of the system. This is not low rank.
So like give me some intuition. Like give me some intuition about like relating PCA and here the low rank cube. And what kind of
and then the PC axis corresponds to the lower structure. PC axis. You have the PCA, you have this PC value that is grand balance ratio. But you also can have the PC component that is the PC axis.
Yeah.
Right? The PC axis is exactly not exactly similar to the low rank connectivity network. And also PC axis, PCA is applied to the covariance of the neuron activity. But here we do not use covariance. We didn't compute the covariance. We just decompose the neuron activity, not the covariance.
Yeah, I just want to ask what's kind of ideal property of having low rank?
It's functional.
Okay.
So I clarify one thing. So when we mention PCA, we mean the PCA, the principal component of the J in the cognitive matrix.
No. In general case, PCA.
Here, I don't want to say PCA. Here, just add the decomposition. I just use PCA as an iteration.
So don't need to replace connectivity matrix with that's not what we mean. So you still keep the J, so the J matrix
Equivalent, like G and J like that.
No, that's not the truth.
Oh, of course.
It's one is decomposed on the activity space, one is the eigenvector of the matrix. If J is symmetric, you can also do this kind of. It's just decompose the activity onto different mode. This is one way to do the mode.
Right.
Another way to do the mode.
But then, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Default neural activity space.
Here, PCA is decomposed neural activity.
Right.
But
Yeah.
here, the low rank information is
That's
decomposed neural activity.
yeah.
So we mostly focus on the content. I believe the output of the video part is the lectures. So still, I recall some of the things I discussed before. So the dynamics without stimuli is also part of the autonomous. And when you consider autonomous dynamics, that's actually because the J is high-dimensional, and by n, usually it's a high-dimensional. So if you consider that current neural network without external input, and well, additionally, you assume this Qianli distribution is the same as the bank, and in this part of analysis, you need to study statistical physics, you need to study theory, random theory, etc. And even if you use this kind of thing, you can already capture this kind of either fixed point solution or the algorithm dynamics. But out of, as I said, we include some kind of linear combination of the connectivity mode of linear combination of the connectivity mode. But if we consider this R is a generalized matrix, and we still have a linear combination of n different axes, it's still higher. But many the reasons you're reporting or other type of cognitive study have shown that actually the dynamic implemented underlying these complex cognitive functions or computations are indeed knowledge. You can always find that the dynamics is not spreading all over the world as an n-dimensional. Instead, it's constrained in some very low dimensions. And you can find different reference here. So, yeah.
Very good conclusion for the why we have so many jobs.
I think from my own opinion, as I said here, if you want to take in as much information as possible, you are in sensory process. You want to have more information to retain. But then maybe in that process, the dynamic is happening. But if you want to implement a specific task, when you do a math exam, you don't want to record the English exam as the same. You just fresh down your dynamics for the representation of specific rules of expansion space, and then that will help you to attentive to this task and do a better performance. That might be depending on the data set what the specific question is. So that's my own opinion. Of course, it's very interesting to study the high-dimensional systems. That is the high-dimensional dynamics and quantum dynamics. But what I want to show you where the low-level framework has its most powerful capacity is in solving the problem where dynamics is likely. And I will refer to some of these so the idea of this the low rank approximation and this low rank framework emerged from the observation of emerged from this idea of computation through dynamics. So we are not a community studying the single neural dendritic computation. I'm a community studying the computation dynamics. Okay. And based on this observation, I have shown you that people always find that when the animals for this human being doing some specific task, and the dynamic in this dynamics observed under this computation are always usually low dimension. And there's another branch of the field using these linear dynamic systems, ideas, to plot this law to quantify and characterize this low dimensional dynamics and correlate these with tasks. You can find work from for instance. And what we want to do is, instead of scan here, scan dynamics, we want to push it deeper. We want to see what kind of network structure allows for the emergence of these latent dynamics, and we want to ask for a parsimonious study. And it has interpretability, and we can easily analyze. I think I only have time for this part. This is the chart I want to show you. So keep showing this class. We have this dynamic here, and this is the bit-word part, and this is the recurrent part. You can differentiate these two terms because we can see here, as Professor Huang showed you. There is a recurrency because the x here also occurs here. So this is the recurrency. currency, and these are, there's no relationship with X. It's just contributing to X, but X not feedback its impact to the discount, so it's feedback. And then what I mean in low rank approximation? The low rank approximation means natural for mathematicians because they always think that we can decompose and truncate the low rank natural with low rank approximation. But for neuroscientists or us, I just tell you that, as I said, with JIJ, there are n neurons. The network has n distinct connectivity, pair of connectivity vectors, N and N. You can assume it can match it to the R and L here. And then you have these n pairs of connectivity vector pairs. And then what I did is, that's what we did for PCA. We think that there might be the meaningful connectivity pairs. The number of meaningful connectivity pairs is much less than the overall n pairs. So we just truncated some R, and then we delete the random. This has been studied in the original paper of Low-rank framework from so the full connectivity can be decomposed into n connectivity vector pairs, and we only maintain the dominant or the meaningful low-rank put all the others, like higher rank, to this random. Yeah, when this refers to this green part that's random component. So it seems that you say the random component has high rank, but it's not right. Random component has n minus 1. Is it right? Because the random component is with the Gaussian distribution. Gaussian distributed random variable is kind of you can have different type of randomness. Yeah, so the randomness, you can have some structure in the random component. You can still call it random component.
So here you say the random component has a high rank, but in minus 1.
And why the low rank is big? Because there's some studies showing that you can get this low rank, minimal low rank structure from the Qianli recurrent. Sometimes when you train a recurrent neural network, sometimes you'll find that low rank structure directly emerge from the network after training. And also, most importantly, the low rank structure can be is highly interpretable and it's mathematically stuff. Okay. Here I give you another visualization for what is the low rank. What is the information processing in the low rank framework? Remember, here is the input part, and here is the return part. And vector, and here is the readout part. I just really ignore the readout part. I will show you that. Remember that in the low rank framework, we have the input information is scattered to the input connectivity vector, and then somehow you need to compute the inner product of I and N. N is one of the connective vectors in pairs. And then these two will give you the kappa. So overlap of these two will give you the kappa. And then you use this kappa as the coefficient in front of M vector. Similar to what I did here. You can think R as the M, and then the inner product is like all the in line. And then you can directly map this kind of framework to what I showed you before by the neuron activity pattern before the readout. Before the readout is hidden activity. The neuron activity pattern is determined by the linear or low rank activity pattern in this.
This is clear for the linear,
Yeah.
but it's still true for the non-linear version, right?
I just want to give you some information on what actually why is about the okay. Then I will start from I will start with the topic or step framework step by step. I will start from introducing the state space dynamics or low dimensional state space dynamics. As I show you in this video. Here actually if you consider this as a network, there are 3 neurons, right? The dimensionality should be 3. But indeed, the computational neural dynamics or neural manifold is constrained within this student instance. Okay? And this kind of computation can give you the expression for the collective dynamics. That is, as I said, the dynamics X is constrained for a linear combination of the new low-dimensional spaces. Originally, you have n x1 from x1, x2, x3, x4, and x7, but that is dimensional. But through this transformation, you express the x using the linear combination of the dimensionality that is much lower than n. Here, the dimensionality is r plus 1. Therefore, through this transformation or low-rank representation, you can, instead of describe the dynamics of x using this dx over dt, you can describe the dynamics by the type, that is the coefficient in front of this static connective development or new basis method. This is what we do in this areas low-rank framework. That is, instead of describing dx over dt, we describe d kappa. That is the coefficient, temporary dynamical coefficient in front of the basis method. Kappa here describe the examples. So from here to here, we do finish complete the low dimensional reduction from n-dimensional to r-dimensional latent dynamical component. And then I will show you how to derive this method. I haven't touched the nail on
But in the linear, if we are putting dynamics with linear, and just in the subspace. But if you have a non-linear dynamics, why don't you generate? All the time you're generating modes that are out of this.
But the x as pre-activation, it doesn't. It is not affected by the non-linearity. So it's pre-transformation. I'm not describing the dynamics of R. I'm describing the dynamics of x. So it's pre-activation. I will show the linear descent and also non-linear descent.
Well, if you're saying no matter what it's 5 the J, you're always protected into the lower dimension. And so in the language of X, then you're always protected. No matter what 5 is.
Yes. I'll show you what is Qianli I'll show example from simple to not that simple. So for the unit brand ranking and the linear requirement method, no nonlinearity and binding input, we instead of express Ji here, we express Ji as the M and N. So that is output of M and N. Here of the connectivity over factor. And then as I said, I showed you that the connectivity is constrained by the M vector, that is the new basis vector, and the external input vector. And into a function that corresponds to M here and V corresponds to I. How can I achieve this kind of? I just that multiply M, for example, I want to get I multiply M, and also divide it by norm, because the normalization, that multiply M to this X, and also M to this X, and M to this, and M threshold and M will be 1. So we just go this term. And then you have M times I. Here I have the assumption that because you want to generate orthogonal basis, so M is orthogonal to I, and then this term, there's no need to have this term. So for the problem one that is in front of M, you will have this equation here. Right? And we do the same thing by that multiply I to the X, and we get this one B. And you want to like reduce the dimensionality to only couple 1 and B, but here you can still find X here, right? How can you do this? You just replace X here to this part, and then you write this equation here. Where only 2 variables. One is the B, and one is the I. And in this way, you can reduce the dimensionality or the ODE from an ODE to X over T to just 2 ODE. One is B, and the other is
The second equation came from where? The equation.
you have multiply.
No, this one.
This one.
Yeah.
This one is the assumption that the X is limited in this space because the connectivity is of this one and this one. So
That's for rank 1.
okay, reduce n-dimensional to the three-dimensional.
This require the FI1 or the
Yeah, yes. Time is how much time. So yeah, this is assumption, but if you do not have time is not orthogonal, I can orthogonalize it. And this kind of simple random linear one-dimensional input can already do something. For example, here I just require n orthogonal to I, but how about the relationship between n and I? Simply true of relationship between n and I, one is orthogonal. Right? And as I told you before, the coefficient in front of m is the overlap or inner product of I and n. So if n is totally orthogonal to I, then you assume a scenario where your input system filter out all the information you get. And in that way, the external environment doesn't affect you. Right? So in that way, when you receive, you keep receiving this information, but your internal representation isn't affected by this external input. You just self-satisfy yourself. Right? This pattern doesn't change. But another case is that I is no longer orthogonal to n, which means your input system keep receiving the information and make it useful to generate the internal representation. In that way, your kappa will increase with your external input. And then these two scenarios can help you to do the most simple case in cognitive neuroscience, that is roller modes. You just design one system. And to make the system, the input vector n orthogonal to the information from notebook and parallel or somehow related to the information of your design that's useful for your concept. In that way, you can use simple non-linear recombinant system. And then the nonlinearity, as Rava asked, translates to phi. All the mathematical things are the same, except for here, for the linear case, and I do some displacement here. So before here is the and I use the sigma and n represent the covariance, the overlap between n and n. So before you fix the linear case, then there's no disturbance. It's just a sigma that is overlap between n and n. But when you consider the nonlinearity that is defined here, one small change is add this term, multiply this term, that is the derivative of the nonlinear transfer function. And we have a name for this nonlinear transfer function, phi plus, that is average gain. You can have this gain modulation. And this, the backbone of this is something called the same lemma. And using this kind of nonlinearity here, you can modulate the through the nonlinearity.
In the language of X, then J is always projecting me onto the subspace. So no matter what phi of X is, phi can deform my X by a lot, but I will always project it by subspace, and then I stay in that subspace with everything else in here. Yes. Now, if I go to the R formulation, that becomes very surprising, right? Because if I just look at the other equation, I wouldn't have guessed.
Yes, so the lower term was always a quick notion.
No, I understand, but we just said it's recruited, right? So somehow the same low-rank structure is complete. We take the R as particles.
Just to be clear, the X, I want to say X is in the lower space. It's not on the dimension. We have the work saying, showing that the low-rank framework is sort of using the network trained by the low-rank framework X is in the two-dimensional space. But when we analyze the R, it's five-dimensional space. And basically 3 to 4 dimensions. Round 2 part, I just want to show you another techniques for visualization. All we use the ORAN framework is.
But then, but then I have another question. Then I could have two different dynamics in R that give you the same dynamics in X. Right? Because you're projecting J is low-rank, then you're removing some information from X and projecting it from R and projecting it to X. Right? So if J is low-rank, then these two things don't seem to be equivalent. Formulation in X and formulation. So you just said R can be higher dimensional than X.
Because I think the nonlinearity also affected the J here. So it changed the. See, you have a J here. So the nonlinearity also has some effect on J.
No, but I'm saying something different. I think it's a good. Then here you just said R is higher dimensional than X. And that's very possible because J now is low rank, so J is projecting R into X, and so you're losing some modes in R. Which means that I could have two different R's that give me the same X.
Yes.
But if that is true, then those two equations are not equivalent. Right. So there should so your proof that those two formulations are equivalent. It looks like it shouldn't be true if J is low rank. I guess it's when you eliminated the J's, instead you cancelled the J's. You cannot do that.
Yeah.
And so, right?
Yeah. And it's not possibility.
Wait, that's fine. Equation in terms of x, it's the right, it's think about evacuation and so on, but
Then we have another visualization. That is, you can find that in the previous slides. I showed you that if you do not consider modularity, the overlap between N and M, they play a significant role in controlling the dynamic data. And if you think about to visualize this overlap, whether it's large or small or it's zero, then you can use this scatter plot to record a connected cloud. So each point here represents the coordinate determined by Ni and Ni. And then you can plot this plot. And if you have an example here, if you find this cloud is totally parallel to x-axis and y-axis, then these two random variables, they are coupled or they are independent to each other. But if you have this tilted or rotated distribution of cloud, then that means the x-axis and y-axis, the random variables, they are parallel with each other. So this is another representation to show the sigma time. That is a very important parameters in the low rank framework. And we can even make it even simpler. That is, instead of all this complicated transcendental scatter plot, we can directly use the value of the automatic representing the rest. Okay, after I tell you all these things, you still remember I only consider one combination. How about two combinations? So there are two directions. One is rank, you can have rank 1, rank 2, and another direction is you can have combination 1 and combination 2. So rank is like you have this pair and this pair, and population is like you stack these vectors into fixed part. And this half corresponds to population 1, and this half corresponds to population 2. So how to distinguish two different populations? You use here this kind of thing. When we visualize some of the network strains in the context of task scatter, we found that actually when we scatter all these kind of things, you find you cannot use one Gaussian to envelope this kind of scatter. Instead, you need to find two Gaussians to envelope this kind of scatter. And these two Gaussians, as I told you, one tilted in this direction and one tilted in this direction, which represent the shape they use two different covariances. They have different covariances. And then if you visualize this scatter plot covariance, this way you will find that they give you different covariances in them. So the connectivity structure in this population is different from the connectivity structure in this population regarding the covariance statistic. And how this helps to implement more flexible behavior? I will give you this example. This is the most commonly used decision-making task in neuroscience that is conduct dependent decision. And the task paradigm is like you have the color direction, you have the color dimension, and you have the motion dimension. And you receive is both the color dimension and motion dimension. And beyond this kind of color dimension and motion dimension, you have this complex cube, which told you that you need to attend to the color dimension or the motion dimension, and choose according to the context. So usually we will start from the rank 1 training and use the rank 1, we construct this rank 1 model here, and we train this rank 1 model to do this task, and we found that difference is not as important as we assume. And if you go to the detail of the dynamics, you will find that you have the A representing the power and B that represents the motion. And you find that the only has one population, and then no matter you receive the power information or the motion information, the modulation, the non-linear modulation through the single population is fast. So it's not as flexible as we want that. We want, for example, when you have the context for A and then you get off the B, and then you have the context for B and get off the information A. How can we distinguish these two types of information through some mechanism like gating? These two different information. As I told you, instead of using split like covariance, like Ly information power and Ly information motion, we can add an actual nonlinearity that is a gain modulation. And gain modulation is a phi plus and derivative of phi. Right? If we have two different populations, we can have one population have a derivative minus one, and another derivative at the same time is 0. Right? Through that kind of decomposition, the gain control, we can achieve this flexible gating mechanism during this context-dependent decision. If you visualize it, use this population plot, we can find that when we enter the context A, or
We're beyond time, so we should probably go to the bits.
okay. It's just last sentence. Remember we have the tan H here, right? And the derivative of tan H is like this. So, for the context A, we found that the population 2 is at high final rate. Context 2 is at low final rate. So the derivative, when you have at high final rate, your derivative is almost 0. When you have the low final rate, your derivative is almost 1. So this is exactly how the big network is complex. That is, when you have one complex, one population is gaining on, and another population is gaining on, and another complex one before. The situation is possible. So I will conclude. To use this low-rank framework to two-dimensionality, one is a rat, we can set the dimensionality, and another dimensional population, we can shape the dynamic through this gain modulation. And if you only have this rank, we can exactly reduce the dimensionality of the dynamic system, and we can visualize the high-dimensional dynamics in this low-dimensional space and give more physical intuition for how the network is, what the network is doing. And through extending and what's used if the network is exploring single population, the dynamic strength can be implemented in this system expected. And the effective coupling is constrained. But when we increase the population beyond the single population, we can have arbitrary dynamics and we can achieve flexible effective coupling and circuit and flexible behavior paradigm. And with that,
Yes.
with that, I want to finish the course, and I will discuss not least part of what I said, addressing the correlated sentences. Thanks.
Questions or maybe a little bit break. Actually, so it's weird for me to introduce Qianli. For one is I'm a big fan of his work for a long time, but yesterday was the first time I met him. So, the first time. So besides the, I don't believe that that's for the audience. So
Qianli worked here for a while, and now he's starting his own lab at what is it, the Eastern China Normal University across the city. But I'm a big fan of his work, so you should ask him. So in this building, right? So some of his lab members or some of Qianli's lab members trained monkeys to play Pac-Man, the game. And Qianli had a theory for that. So when we talked to him over dinner or lunch, ask him how monkeys can play Pac-Man. But for now, he's gonna try to convince me that the brain is actually big.
It's not contradictory to each other, right? It can be both Bayesian and play Pac-Man, right? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the introduction. And actually, I will not cover the Pac-Man story today. Maybe another time. So I actually have my biography, so that most of you, I don't know you and you don't know me. So I kind of get a lot of interdiscipline background, like from physics initially, and then electrical engineering, and then I did several research assistant postdoctoral year in medical school and Institute of Neuroscience. So and now I'm going to a psychology part. So it's going to be another adventure. So it's a lot of fun to go between different disciplines and talking as a translator, translating different languages. And daily life, I enjoy football, and I like to play strategy games, like 4X games. And I also like to do literacy reading, and those are my favorite authors. And I have just built my own lab, so if you are interested in like my research, you can visit my website. I will post some blogs, so I think blogging is a way you avoiding the papers, writing a lot of pain to write it. A very good paper takes a long time, but blogging is a very good way to communicate it in a very casual way. So I kind of encourage people to do that. And so, I think today's talk, the kind of tutorial is the arrangement very, very amazing. Like first talk, a Rava talk, we talking about Bayesian brain. It's very top down, like from a single equation, and then we're thinking about different algorithms to achieve this equation, and then we think about how the neurons represent this kind of distributions and how to implement these conditions. And for Yuxiu talk, it's very bottom up, right? So we start from what kind of spontaneous activity will look like, and adding nonlinearity, linearity, and analyze different recurrency there and fixed point. This is very bottom up, and building something finally reach some behavior task like contact dependent task. So from the data mass level, it's a kind of a different approach, right? In my talk, I hope to help today's tutorial to conclude with something in the middle, so that we understand the whole topic of how the Bayesian brain connects with the authentic, not fake neural network. Okay, so motivation, I will give the same thing from the Rava. First thing is uncertainty. A lot of uncertainty in the world. For example, noise, right? Here, it's hard to see if there's like tiger here, right? A lot of noise is from sensory inputs. Another thing is uncertainty from existing multiple explanations. For example, here, if the car is close or very far away from you, and also there's like the depth. It depends on what kind of width you have, right? It can be a toy car, it can be a real car, can generate the same projection in your retina. And also, for here, you can see that there's two dots, right? And also very low dot, very low likely, lower likelihood. And here, this is a joke. Like when I was a PhD student in Zach's home, we are running for a deadline, and it's very late at night. He asked me, do you want a toast? I said, no, I don't want to have drink wine when I toast. And he said, no, it's toast. It means bread. So that's kind of misunderstanding between each other. I hope you get a joke. Great code, right? And then, this is a question I raised to Rava. I actually from a role model. Actually, it's a very famous, Plato's analogy of cave. Do you know this story? Yeah. It's kind of you have prisoner is kind of unlocked in a cave for the whole lifetime, and then he's always reaching the shadow due to some outside of the light and some like objects. You think this is the whole world, and there's finally one prisoner run away from here, and then tell them that no, there's a real world with sun and rivers, and then people here don't believe it. You think the whole world is about that. So this means that we have a lot of role models about the world. And actually, we made some movie, like Matrix, right? The Truman Show. Those are like two famous movies that use the same idea. They create a world for a single man that nobody else living there. And then he's saying what is real and what is fake. And actually, this paper is very related to that. Role model will introduce not just simple bias, will change a lot of variabilities and then making the whole neural function to fluctuate more than necessary, and introduce another source of uncertainty from the role model. And Bayesian is the only way to deal with this uncertainty, and Rava has convinced you. And this is probably Bayes, but not likely that it can be another man. And actually, Rava has a lot of contribution to the early development of this theory of the mathematics equations of Bayesian. And he said the most important question in life are indeed, for most part, not problems in only problems in probability. One may even say that, strictly speaking, almost all our knowledge is only probable. So I hope Laplace can convince Louis. I don't think so. And okay, so this is my outline. I will introduce the behavior part, very related to Rava's part. And then I will go to the Bayesian model of the neurons, a lot of related to the rate coding models and even circuits, maybe. And then a Bayesian model in real world complexity, because the previous to like a toy model in laboratory. And I have done the Bayesian inference is highly probable to be presented in next Saturday due to the very warm discussion atmosphere. And okay, so I kind of get all most materials from these three books. I highly recommend. First one, 2006, is kind of old, but a lot of people still in this area, like they feel the whole theory about Bayesian brain, and they are still developing more kind of evidences and theories to relate them. And then the second book is 2023. I got most of the material from this book. Actually, these are kind of related new and very welcome to the novices. And then the latter one is from a very famous guy, Carl Wilson, and he said everything about active inference and related to the statistical mechanics, which will be introduced by Professor Huang later. And there are actually two talks I really liked from 2017, Mark Langier, and 2019, Samuel Griffin. Like both of the talks, I highly recommend them. If you get very interested in the trade topic, I will recommend you to watch their tutorials. Okay, let's move on. And for behavior, I will first introduce the first idea to be general model. Like there are like two different ways to define the variables. One kind of variable is given to you. We call it observations. Another thing is latent. And here we have actually different general model to describe how variables are related. For example, for Bayesian graph, the edge denotes the conditional distribution, and then you can actually relate it to be like causality here, like if you like difficulty, intelligence grade, and ladder and SAT test is kind of all causally related to each other. Also, they are like most of like neuroscience class will build their representation under this framework. But also they are like Markov graph, which means that the edges between each other, they don't have like it doesn't mean condition distribution. It means they are just correlated. And here, it just show that multiple graphs can be used to, for example, for parse image, so that you can know which is the background with the front of the image. And okay, so the first most important thing in the Bayesian idea is inference problem. The inference problem is like we have a lot of observations and we want to know what the world state looks like. So after you have a judgment model to build a connection between the world state and observations, you can invert the errors. This is the information processing chain after you have observed something. And then you infer what kind of world state looks like. And this is one particular equation we all know that we just compute the posterior of hypothesis giving all the observations. And like the most important, like simplest example is discrete variables. For example, here I just assume the world state is a binary variable. Like tomorrow's weather will be wet or dry, and you can have some distributions. You can have some observations, like at the morning, like if it's a shiny day or not shiny day, and then this gives you likelihood. After you have observed the evidence, you can invert it to compute what is the posterior looks like. So prior likelihood defines your judgment model, and you just invert it to use a Bayesian inference. And this is only for discrete variable. You can do it like one value by value. It's tabulary. Right here, it's posterior, like do that computation here. And okay, this is a very easy way, right? The next thing is we introduce a continuous variable here. Like the simplest continuous variable is Gaussian. For Gaussian distribution, you describe that the distribution of S is like a Gaussian following the mu and sigma squared. They are mean and variance. And then there will be likelihood function to relate X and S. This is observations. And then you use this observation. You have several measurements. Like you make here like 10-ish measurements. According to that, you do the inference. You estimate what latent S is, right? So the quiz one will deal with the situation here. We have a prior to be a Gaussian, and then we have likelihood to be Gaussian, parameterized like that, and we just compute what is the S hat, the estimate. Okay, let's go to the math slide. I have two slides so that we don't lost in the middle. This is slideshow here. Okay, so the first quiz, let's build it like prior is parameterized as here, right? And X given as is here. It's raised to S in this way, and then we want to show that what is the estimate of the posterior. This is posterior, and this is point estimate of which the largest part of S, gives you a point estimate of what S looks like. And you can also compute the whole distribution of PS hat given S. Usually we call it as the response distribution. So this is problem set up. So let's first compute the express the posterior, right, using the Bayesian equation, and then we substitute the Gaussian distribution the formula here, just using the log, so that everything can be operate in plus and minus, and then this is this is likelihood, this is the prior, right? Parameters and variables parameters, and then you just kind of find that this is the equation of S with two second order nonlinearities, and you just arrange them according to X, right? This is about the function of X, so arrange it in this way, defining two new parameters, and then you realize that you can do some manipulation, making it to be look very close to another Gaussian, right? And then looks very similar to Gaussian, right? Because it's square, this is the mean, and they're related to covariance. And then in this way, you can achieve that, right? This S hat is just because you just need to take the maximize of it. You just make the point estimate is just this one. This is point estimate. You just do that S hat is equal to this one. This gives you the equation of the estimate here. And here you can realize that this is a linear function of x. So you can substitute the a and b, saying that, oh, and then you see that, okay, from the likelihood, you can also express x as a linear function of s. So in this way, you kind of substitute this x into here, right? And then you can realize that s hat is equal to ax plus b, and then equal to as plus b plus a epsilon. So you can kind of compute everything related to s hat and s. You have just done the marginalization by your hand, so that you can very easily write down the response distribution as s hat given s with the mean shifted. This is the full derivation here. Any question? I hope it's kind of it's in your bones. It should be in your spine, not in your brain. Okay, so let's go back. So I have just shown you the result of the whole derivation of how to do the inference on the continuous variable and how to write down a response distribution. Okay, so related experiment is here done by Conrad Colley. It's very interesting task. Like here, you have a start of your move, and then like you are kind of trained that there should be a randomly shifted kind of lateral shift, and you kind of the prior is the mean to be 1, and sigma is 0.5. So kind of over the long history of training, you are told that this is your prior, but like you have a very brief feedback at here tells you that actually it's not 1. It might be 2, center at 2, but with different noise level. Here, this shows different noise level to give you the 1 time observation. And using that observation, you can kind of use the Bayesian to compute the posterior. You can find that due to the different reliability of the observation, the shift of your posterior will be different according to the reliability of the observations. So they actually tested it in the real task and showing that the brain can do the Bayesian integration in sensory motor learning. So this is kind of from simple way of showing that in behaviorally, brain is doing like very easy Bayesian inference in a Gaussian variable. I hope you start by training that, when you start, the location will be kind of shift. You want to catch it target. Yeah. Very neat way to test the Bayesian inference in behaviorally. Okay. And let's introduce more complexity. Okay. Let's introduce more complexity. Like last slide, only like 2 variables, one latent variable and 1 observations. And here we just introduced another variable called two observations. A natural experiment design is a multi-center integration. Like at least 2 labs here in ION do similar tasks, and especially in Guillaume's lab. And here mostly you can have auditory observations, visual observations about latent location. Here in this task, it's kind of the sound locations. It can be from the target speakers or LED light to denote if it's from different locations across the whole range of your view and your fixation here. And then you need to judge that what latent location looks like. There can be mismatch between them, right? You need to do the inference based on the 2 observations. And according to the reliability of 2 Q, you can find the combined Q, the blue line here, with the posterior according, combine the 2 observations, x1 and x2, and then you can see, you can find that after derivation, you can find that the mean is actually the kind of weighted linear of 2 observations to get your mean of the posterior, and we have just found that this one is just the point estimate of the max estimate, maximum posterior estimate. Okay, so this is a very simple, like next level, like two variables. And this is kind of a related experiment work here in Guillaume and Gorangilaki and Greg DeAngelis. And in that task, they asked actually two another models. One is vestibular. Oh, actually, I made a mistake here. Vestibular and visual here. So they look at some like kind of random dot, I think, some light cues, and tells you some orientation you are moving. And also they shape the motion platform. So you have a vestibular input to the monkeys. And then they ask the monkey to judge if it's left tilted or right tilted, if the moving direction is. So this is a simple way to kind of trick the monkeys. They can change the reliability of the visual input so that they can judge that if the brain is behaviorally, they are doing the optimal behavior, like the equation I have derived. So they found that for monkeys, they are doing very good. Like the threshold here, behavior threshold means lower threshold means more accurate estimates. So they are actually combine the two models to do the prediction, and this prediction is kind of mapped to the experiment. It's kind of behavior threshold. Yeah. Deep prime, this is the threshold is just 1 over deep prime threshold. Yeah. And they also did the neural recording MSPD, finding that MSPD can actually combine the do optimal multi-system integration based on the union model input. So this is like they are playing in their paper that one population neuron, actually a single neuron can do the multi-system integration. Okay. So another interesting task here is the map GOG.
Have a look at this. What do you hear? Ba, 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 ba. But look what happens when we change the picture. Ba, 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 ba. And yet, the sound hasn't changed. In every clip, you are only ever hearing ba with a B. Ba, ba.
Yeah, that is a simple example to show that we can kind of get tricked by our brain. Brain is doing the Bayesian inference automatically. same auditory observation, but different judgment, right? Okay. This happened a lot to my kind of 2-year-old son. Okay, so previously I introduced inference problem. There are actually other kind of inference tasks. That previously is kind of estimated one latent variable. Another kind of inference problem is called modularizations. What does this mean? So there can be multiple different sensory states or variables affecting your observations. For example, as example we have shown here, right? So the observation in your retina can be affected by the depth and the width, right? According to that equation. And then if I ask you to judge what kind of the width of that car or depth of that car, you have to modularize it over the influence of this nuisance variable. So here we first do the Bayesian because F and N are latent, right? After you have observation, you just do the Bayesian to compute the posterior of both the word state or state of interest variables and the nuisance variables. And then this kind of coordinate posterior can be modularizing over the n nuisance variable using sum rules. This is like a product rule and sum rule are like kind of two basic rules in probabilistic computations. And this sum can be very hard, especially you have done the log space. In log space, you can change the multiplication into sum. But after you do that, when you do the sum rule here,
it's going to be very pain in the ass. Yeah. Okay, so there are like multiple different illusions showing that here. It's just the same thing, depth and width, and judged by different contexts, and then even the same image can perceive in different ways. Here you can kind of perceive this is larger than that, but they are same size. It's almost the same. Here you see it with the same width, but we are judging that this is a kind of longer distance. You misjudgment that this is kind of should be a longer line. And also here a famous distribution here, like should be like 10 years ago we saw this image on the website. I don't know if you remember that. Judgment according to if it's blue or I think red. I think that's a kind of according to a different person, you are going to get different answers. And also that one you have, if you want to identify something, you sometimes you hate the moving angle, but you still want to observe that, infer that this is still a bicycle, even though there are a lot of occlusion. So there are a lot of examples in showing that marginalization has a lot in our daily life. Okay, so another thing is that the world is changing, and the latent state, the state itself, kind of keep changing in the across time. And how do we do that? How do we do the inference about what does this S at specific t according to all the observations in the history? And this is a typical way to define either by latent linear dynamic system or hidden Markov model if the variable is discrete or continuous. And for here, we can kind of separate the inference problem into different parts. First part is we just do a static inference according to the current observations and also the current latent, and then you just do one-time Bayesian, right? This is a static inference, and then you can find that in here the minimum structure actually having the one-step time transitions between the last state at time -1 and to the time to be t. And this will give you that you need to marginalize over the st -1 variable, and this gives you the posterior of st given xt. And then you realize that this can be also estimated from history of observations, and you just substitute this distribution with the posteriors of after you have observing all the history of actors. This gives you the formula of how to do the filtering. This is actually, when you do it in Gaussian, this is common filter. Rava has introduced in the morning session. And this can be a very powerful algorithm. Actually, most powerful algorithm for the signal detection, statistical signal processing. Here, I just show an example here. Like we have a lot of robots in our home, right? At our home, and you can bring this question on the framework I have just introduced. You can say that latent state is the location of the robot, and then the observation is just that you have 4 detectors, detects in which direction you have a wall, and close to a wall. Here, for observation tells you that you have the wall in the north and south directions, and there's no wall in east and west. And at the first step, you build a prior of the latent state. You don't have any evidence. You assume that a uniform prior can be uniformly distributed at any location of this maze, right? And then you keep moving the iRobot, and get one observation just like that tells you you cannot be here, you cannot be here, you cannot be here. Only place to be probably here, and maybe here, right? If this is a noisy detector, because you assume that this detector is also noisy, so there can be some slightly posterior here. And this is one step posterior, right? And if we keep going, like moving in east, and get another observation, we increase our accuracy of the estimation of the location. And we keep moving, keep moving, and at that time you just get a different different observation saying that only in that direction they have walls. And after 5 steps, you have just located your iRobot. That's need to be used, right? So very powerful algorithm. We have just we can become millionaire or billionaire if we form earlier. Okay, so this is easier task. Yeah. Anyone have a problem about this? Okay. Okay. So using this idea, people can design a task in laboratory. This is a task designed from my previous Azeredo and Dual Active lab. This is we call it as firefly task. So in that task, the monkey will use joystick to catch a firefly. Here, the yellow dot is a firefly. It is moving on a screen and it's flashing in a kind of fixed frequency. So firefly means that it's flashing, but it's moving, right? You need to catch it, which means that you need to consider in every time you have observation, very noisy observation of which location the firefly is at this time. But it will move the latent state of the firefly, the location of it, keep moving. So in this way, we need to accumulate a lot of evidences to make very accurate estimate of what the current location of the firefly is. And they just do behavior and the neural coding to show that monkey do neo-optimal behavior. They can estimate the location of the firefly using the algorithm I have introduced. Okay. Okay. So after I introduce the inference, they'll actually have another concept called learning. The difference between inference and learning is very subtle. I'm not sure it's kind of the only definition of that, but in the language of Bayesian, the difference is about what kind of thing you are doing the estimate over. For inference, we are estimating a latent variable. We usually call it as fitness or world state, not directly observed by you, right? And for learning, it usually could be a parameter, fixed, and it describes how the world looks like. And you do a few trials, you can make very accurate inference about what kind of world state it looks like. It can be a location, it can be orientations. But for learning, you need to take more trials, even kind of takes time of evolutions to learn a very good model of the world. And here you have simple observations. It's kind of within one trial you can do very accurate inference. Those I just you have observed a lot of stimuli even through your own lifetime. So it's kind of different ways of thinking about inference and learning. And here I just showed a very easy quiz 2. Let's move to the next math problem. Here I show that for Bayesian learning rule, it's different from a typical RL learning rule called RW rule. Usually they assume a fixed learning rate with lambda, but for Bayesian, very differently, the epsilon learning rate will be dependent on your trial t. So this is the kind of a typical way to differentiate if the agent learn in a Bayesian way or just a reinforcement learning way. So let's go to the another slide here. Okay. So let's frame this question. We have some background to introduce. So for binary observation, you have X, right? This is your kind of, I should not use observation. I should use state or stimulus because I'm saying that learning is about the world model, right? So you have a variable to be X, to be binary, it can be rain or dry. And you are trying to estimate what is the probability, what kind of the weather here in Shanghai. Like you accumulate your daily observations and think, oh, this is a dry city or wet. It's very especially useful for Rava, right? And here you can just erase that this kind of likelihood here, xt equal to 1 equal to this R, 1 minus R, which is a parameter to learn. You need to learn this R parameter. And after you have learned enough time, you can compute the posterior and then make the estimate of R, what R looks like using a Bayesian way, right? So here, firstly, I first need to introduce a beta distribution. This is almost one of my favorite distribution. So beta distribution parameterized by alpha and beta, and this looks very like a Bernoulli distribution, like R alpha minus 1 and 1 minus R beta equals. This alpha and beta are just two parameters, and then the whole distribution and PDF looks like that according to different parameter sets. And they have like very very nicely shown the moment, the mean and the variance. And you can see that some special case here. If you plug L to be 1, beta to be 1, this is uniform. It's not rely on R anymore. There's no parameter in this distribution. Okay, so after I introduce that, we can find that prior, lateral, posterior, they are all beta distribution. Kind of recorded as conjugate in the language of probabilistic computation. Here you can see that for Bernoulli trials, right, you can have X to be binary, and you can kind of counting them according to how many days it rains, how many days it dry. It's a dry day. And then you can just write down the likelihood function of x1 plus t minus t, 1 to t, given R, kind of assuming every day is independent to each other. And then this gives you this formula, right? And then after that, you can realize that this is could be right at beta distribution, right? According to just using this as alpha, this as beta. And we have just shown that prior is beta because it's uniform distribution. Alpha 0 is 1, beta 0 is 1. And we multiply them, we can find that we can combine terms according to if it's R or 1 minus R here, right? You very quickly realize this is also in a beta form. Here you can write down the posterior of R given all the observations, 1 to t, and this gives you beta distribution with this parameter. And then we also know that the mean can be written down according to the parameter here, the alpha prime, beta prime, in this way. And you know that the sum of n rain to n dry is just the total number of days you have stayed at one time. So this is t. Okay. So according to this equation, you can write down that the r hat is just 1 plus n rain divided by 2 plus t, and assuming this this is uniform. Substitute that. Okay. So after that, you still need to write down a recursive function. So next thing is think about how to write down a recursive function. Just a basic math. So the key is you write down the formula of r hat t, and then do some manipulation, saying that we have the n rain, this number of rain t at t minus 1 plus the today's latest observation, right? This is kind of naturally derived according to how the data is accumulated. And then you can substitute this equation here, and then you realize that you can divide it into two terms, and this term can be related to the last day's estimate, right? Last day's estimate is at the same formula as today's estimate, except that you change the parameter to be t minus 1 and the n rain t minus 1, right? This is only two variables that's related to the number of days. And then you do some algebra to change the variable here. You get rt equal to rt minus 1. And this kind of delta rule where the learning rate is changing by the time. So I hope in this example I derived the whole learning algorithm according to a Bayesian way. Any question? Seems very quiet here. Okay. I assume you have just understood it. You did very good work. No. And I have just let you know that this is a reinforcement rate, and this is a Bayesian way of doing learning, right? And there are actually experiments to prove that. Here in Joshua Gold's paper, he's trying to prove this idea that learning rate will changing over time. It's in a Bayesian way, right? So the task is subject can make prediction about what kind of outcome it is. It's kind of estimation task. You can think it as like a budget task, like what kind of money you can get, and then they can show what the outcome in red and also the arrow made. And this is one trial, next trial, and next trial, and then they can try to find what kind of learning rate or kind of learning rules we find. It's very similar to the task I introduced, right? The kind of run or not run. Here it's just a continuous variable we need to learn about the world. And they find that the prediction error and the learning rate is changing over time. So and to prove that just do the derivation a little bit complex, but not the same idea I have just presented in the example. The learning rate is changing in a Bayesian way. It shows that people can do Bayesian delta rules instead of reinforcement delta rules. This is a way to convince that people are doing behaviorally doing Bayesian learning. Yeah.
Whether the learning rate is deflating, you're saying it's one if you discriminate whether it's following a Bayesian learning rule or reinforcement learning rule. I think you might be talking about specific reinforcement learning rule like for random rule.
Yeah, yeah.
If you think about, for example, Monte Carlo measure of say value function, the learning rate is also
Yeah. You're right. If I treat it as a Bayesian equation, it'll be different. Yeah. I think you are going to introduce in your lecture, right? Okay. Okay. So another kind of learning, like it's called structured. What does it mean? So the word structure can change in the world, right? In the world. The simple way to think about it is, the first structure is in left, and the second structure is on the right. The first structure, like two observations, they have a common cause. And for the second structure, for the second word, they are separate causes. And then during the task, people need to update what posterior of the structure. There are like two candidates of structures. This is called structure learning. Structure itself come up parameter to update. And there are just like a very interesting task to be the sound and visual observations. Are they from the same or different sources? In the train, you always do that, right? There are a lot of trains, and if the sound is from this train or that train, and if the train is moving, right, you can have conflicting or consistent observations, and you need to judge this is the same train that make the sound and make the move, or different trains. So very canonic example. So related to if causality exists or causality doesn't exist. So in laboratory, we I kind of they can oversell the name of it. They call it as causal inference. I don't think it's causal, but they just name it as that. So causal inferences here they have just introduced two different modalities like auditory and I think the visual, right? Yeah, visual rate and auditory bit. We just watching the kind of looking at the screen and showing the flicking patterns in a fixed frequency, and also you hear the sound, and then they will adjust their reliability on both on the auditory rate. Auditory rates they have the different reliability, and they're changing the rate of visual and auditory rate to different conditions. This is slow, this is fast. And you can see that they call it as congruent, means that they are having the same correspondence rate, so that they are in the common cause regime. And then they ask the human to report what kind of task-related modality you want to cue the visual, you need to report. If the visual is like 4 different levels, slowest, slow, fast, and fastest, according to 4 task conditions here. And they find that people, instead of doing it like separately, they do the causal inference. They first do the causal inference about what kind of this kind of the structure is same or not. Kind of they will kind of determine if you want to integrate or you just use separate. Here they just compute the disparity between the 2 modality and the cross-modal bias here. And if it's flat, it means that they don't use another model's information to do the estimate in this model. And if it's kind of this line, this means that they use another modality to do this kind of inference on this model. And for this S curve, that when the disparity is small, they kind of very similar to the blue line. But if it's large disparity, then you realize this is a condition that corresponding to the C equal to 2, so they are flat. You have an S curve to showing that you are doing causal inference first, and then use that information to help you to use inference about the latent variable to be, the auditory or visual rate according to the task requirements. And in experiment, they show that the line here looks very similar to this red line, showing that people are doing the causal inference behaviorally, right? There are different conditions, I think. Yes. Here. Here. I never seen that. Not sure about it. Yeah, they kind of look kind of like that, right? Kind of curve. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Okay. So I conclude my first session. I introduced some examples and tasks about thinking about the Bayesian model of behavior. I first introduced the representation and then introduced inference. How do we make sense of data? I introduced a task to be related to the inference on single variable, to be discrete or continuous, and then multiple variables, and marginalization problems, and inference in a training work. And then I kind of gave you 2 examples about learning. One thing is about parameter learning, and we run through an example. And then structured learning, we relate to a task called an inference task. So I briefly conclude here, so in case you have some questions. Very quiet. It must be everyone is Bayesian. They take it for granted. Okay, let's move on. The Bayesian model of neurons. Very exciting. So, firstly, I want to use the Bayesian as a communication channel. I think Rava have a very similar slide. So, we usually think the neural representation as encoding from a decoding pearl. So, we have a stimulus. We encode the stimulus with a population of neurons, and then we use this kind of our brain uses neurons to use decoding to get an estimate as we have shown here, right?
I have a question.
Yeah.
For all the slides that you showed, which one you think you are the most confident that it's the Bayesian?
Everything. Everything. All the examples here, they are all doing claim they are doing the Bayesian way. Behaviors.
I mean, thing you said, right, this learning rate increase, you can also use other models.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, behavior is hard to differentiate.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need more kind of evidence from neurons. But I think, you can frame everything as Bayesian. And you're just trying to say that if it's a Bayesian to be the only way. Yeah, sometimes I'm getting confused. Bayesian can be more powerful. If you adjust different priors, it can always be Bayesian. But I think, after you have made restrictions about, your learning experiences and try to frame a reasonable prior, then I think, from the task, I think this one is the most confident one because it's changing, right? It's kind of hard to think the monkey is not doing amazing to solve this problem.
Are interesting so that from behavior only might be hard to discriminate Bayesian versus other algorithms, but by newer data, you could be more confident. Well, I'm wondering, I'm very curious about what kind of newer data you're saying supports a Bayesian model.
Yeah, I want to choose it. Okay. Yeah, this is my second section. Yeah. Although I don't think there are a lot of existent evidence to prove that. I think it's more evidence to prove the great Bayesian in a Bayesian way. If I do Bayesian inference on the exam data. Okay, so okay, here we have an example variable. For example, it can be a 1D thickness, orientation of a contour or direction, and 1D thickness. Or it can be very complex, like an image, like a face, and then the task is you judge if it's from a monkey face or human face. And then for neural representations, I only focus on spike activities. And then, it can be published, a lot of neurons connected together. And then you just, estimate what stimulus looks like, just as Rava has gave you in the morning session. And then the first idea we specify the tuning curve, right? The tuning curve of a neuron is just a mean response or function of stimulus. So here we have just said that this one single neuron has its tuning curve looks like a Bayesian tuning curve, and then if it's 5 here, this is their preferred stimulus of that neuron. And then different neurons can have different type of tuning curves. Here is Bayesian, and shifted in different preferred angle, and also you can have monotonic tuning curves like that, reflected similar neurons in different tasks. And also you have variabilities around the mean responses. And here you collect the data, the same neurons vary in different trials. You can finding their variabilities. For example, here we can plot the mean of the neuron and variance of neuron. And sometimes when they align, this means that they are following the Poisson distribution. They are given as a Poisson distribution. And after we define that, we can define a function called neural likelihood function. It's kind of, if you observe it, it's hard to digest. It's actually changing different variables to look at. Here we plot the single neurons tuning curve here, right? And then we can kind of write down the same equation by thinking that x as hypothesize stimulus as a variable. And then because the R is given, right? After you collect the data, R is given. R is your data, right? In different trial, you can file 0 or 6. According to these parameters, you can compute this function by substituting this R into them. And you can find that you can plot this function as a function of S. This gives you different estimate of S. For example, here red, this red line, here you can find that if I file 4 times for this spike, right? And here most likely is -10 and 10. Here, from the neural likely function, actually peaked at -10 and 10. So it's actually related to your function here, but here neural likely function it just tells you how to use the response as the evidence, substitute it into the function, and looking what kind of S looks like. Okay, you can measure different evidence in different trials because some trial file 0, some trial file 6, right? And then this is another function of the tuning curve to be monotonic, and then file 0 to file 6 can have different shift in the means of this likelihood function. Okay, so this is just a single neuron according to how many times you fire. And next question is you can have a lot of neurons firing together, right? You can have 100 neurons with different tuning curves. One line is a tuning curve with different shape and different preferred stimulus. And for a single trial, you can collect spikes for that 100 neurons. And then you use that to, assuming they are independent of each other, you can write down the product of them to be your new neural response, a neural likelihood function. Here, very small, right? Different trials, you can have different estimate according to that trial. This trial, I estimate, okay, according to 100 neuron, the stimulus is almost 1. And here, the blue one is kind of shifted to the right. And for the red one, it's too small. But I can always normalize it. Normalize them tells me that different trials give different estimates about the hypothesized S. Okay? So this neural likelihood function can be based on a population of neurons. And then according to that, we can design a very interesting coin model here. We can assume that it's independent Poisson variability for each neuron. And then we have homogeneous populations. All neurons have the identical tuning curve shape, differing only in preferred stimulus. And they have Gaussian tuning curve function with 0 baseline. This gives you that. So you need to be careful about Gaussian overviews of Gaussian scale. Here, this is describing the function, the function's shape, not the noise, not the variability. The variability is given by the Poisson. And the last assumption is large population of neurons with preferred stimulus to be evenly spaced. Here you can see the population looks like the mean is shifting evenly weighted. Okay, in next derivation, we are going to show that this population in the neural likelihood function is exactly to be Gaussian. So very surprising result. Yes.
That's a very silly
yeah.
For me, from my understanding, you are trying to infer the stimulus based on a neuron fighting count. And to me, I feel like it's a little bit strange because, for example, if you want to report on the neuron spiking and what data gives you in several months, you know how to do that. But if you only want to know what the shape of the stimulus that you like, it's easy to tell you. For example, this is a drifted greeting at the 0 degree. Instead of the white plot, this is your slide. So why should we do that?
But you need to find that the neurons are related to the task, right? Like, we first need to target which brain area is related to this task. Yeah, this is exactly what they do, right? In the task, they collect data, finding, the B1 is tuned to the orientation, and then they need to describe how it is related to that stimulus. This is exactly what they do, right? They need to find what it means firing, and then they need to quantify what the variability looks like. This is a typical way of relate R to the task. Yeah, you see it's very silly, right? Yeah, I also think it's very silly. But actually, during the task, you need to do that. Otherwise, you cannot find the related neurons. This is the first thing. We need to represent something, and then saying that if then they can do some interesting computation. Yeah, yeah.
Beyond the neural data analysis, there could be some real-world applications. Only matter for example, from the machine surveys, we want to use neural data to control something. We need to control what the animal people actually want to do based on pure neural data, right? And you use that to control the movement of the robot or whatever thing that you like. Right? Well, in that case, it's really for that. Default on anything purely based on neural data.
That's right. Bayesian framework not there.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, very useful. Very useful. Yeah. Maybe. You can know. Just a limit. You can. Yeah, it's filed for some computation here. I will show here. And yeah. Here. Yeah, here. So I just stated kind of 4 conditions here, right? And here I just substitute the condition, the assumption, right? So we write down the whole likelihood function according to the 100 n neurons. We just multiply them, and then substitute each tuning function, the variability, this is Poisson distribution, with x to be the tuning curve function, and then you can realize that by doing the log, you can making all the terms to be adding or minus. And then you finding that in these terms, there can be, we need to focus on what S is. So we delete every term that not dependent on S. Here, this term is not independent of S. And here, the sum of Fs from the figure there, you have the motivation, like large population of neurons, we are making the term to be constant. This is the way where we having the large population gives you. This term is kind of not related to S. And we only have one term to be related to S here, so this one, right? And then we plug what Fs is. Fs is here, we plug in here. We can say that the log likelihood is in the square of S. And then we just doing some algebra to show that this is because it's a square in S, we can always write down it as a Gaussian in the form, and saying that mu is this term and the sigma likelihood is in this term. Okay, so very interesting. We find that this kind of population of neurons can represent neural likelihood to be a Gaussian distribution. So this is the first way of introducing that what a neural population can represent a distribution, Gaussian, right? So I just showed that. And the mean of it, we look at the mean, we can find that this is the population vector decoder. So which means that we just contribute what the spikes multiply with the preferred thickness for each neuron, and then this gives you what kind of the stability you have observed. It's called population vector decoder. And then we can find that the sigma square is also related to the single neurons, the tuning curves, the variability, the small sigma tc, and then also the large populations to tell you the sum of them can scale it. And then there can be some edge cases. For example, if exactly only one neuron fire one spike, then you can find that this kind of the thing here will be pinpoint to a single neuron spike, the neural likelihood function. And if the whole population is silent, the sum of R is 0. This means that the neural likelihood function is very wide. So this means that you don't get anything from the whole trial. Okay. Yeah. Let's go back to here. We have just proved that this can represent some Gaussian distribution in S. Okay. Yeah, we can actually use this kind of neural likelihood function to do some decoding. For example, here I have three variables, 0, -1, and +1, and you use a population of neurons to represent that with a neural likelihood. And then you can combine it with prior can give you the estimate of the x. So it links the Bayesian computation of a behavior task to how to use a population of neurons to do that in a decoding way. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think this is the new twist here is like previous I just showed that a single parameter or single variable can be represented by a population of neurons. Yeah. Yeah.
So like in real life, the tuning curve is noisy. So if I want to
tuning curve is noisy, what do you mean by saying that?
Like in the real, for example, if I don't want to make a hypothesis, or like I want to introduce another parameter to encode how noisy the tuning curve. Like there's some variability in the tuning curve, which is another option.
No. You need to be precise. Tuning curve is the mean of the response. And the variability is the the noise part. So what are you thinking?
Yeah, I just say that I want to introduce another parameter for each.
Mm-hmm. I see. The tuning curve will depend on another variable, another thinness.
Like I just want to introduce, for example, component, which makes the tuning curve more. Because here,
okay.
I got it.
Gaussian shaped.
Yeah. Well,
then you have different shapes of tuning. Okay, got it. You can do that, right? Same equation here. Not sure.
Yeah, because here the Bayesian.
No.
Because here the hypothesis is very strong, like you are assuming they are all Gaussian.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Here, I just want to show that you can design something by your hand. Of course, you can have different shape of different shape of the tuning curve functions. By frequency. Actually, we can do some simulation based on your assumption to see that if the neural likelihood function, what that looks like. What do you think?
You can get non-complex.
Yeah, non-complex problems. Mm-hmm. Yeah, multi-model tunings. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, here. This 1998 paper is almost one of my favorite paper. I just want to say that previously we think that in this way, right? We have a variable x, and we have a value for that variable, and we use a population of neurons to kind of encode this, this value of the variable. This is the kind of the what will be the activity of these neurons according to their tuning curves, right? And then we use this kind of tuning, this likelihood function, right? Combine them, and then we do the decoder to find what kind of estimate of x is. Give us the point estimate of x. The whole framework here is kind of a population code for a variable, right? And in the table, they give the question that if we want to encode a distribution, if you want to compute a distribution instead of just one variable, what will be different? And the thing is, after you have done that, you can find that here, in this decoding here, you are kind of decoding them according to different patterns of the posterior distribution. If it's in bimodal or if it's unimodal. So this is the first paper to think that how to link a probability function with a population of neurons. Very profound question to ask. And since then, a lot of people have been devoted their life to think, if how to prove that the neuron is actually encoded a probabilistic function. Going on the right. On the right is here you just want to do the encode a variable, right? Here this is the whole thing you encode that. So we have family of functions. Yes. Each axis is a function type. And this is the kind of the posterior of that function type. For example, here, this is corresponding to this function.
This function, like this prefix, it's just a vector. So I just have to encode many variables. There's no fundamental difference.
I think that, just seeing the space of them, right? The posterior is related to the function of the posterior. That's very different.
Higher dimensional, but what's the...
Exactly, it's higher dimension. And it's a mapping. For probability function, it's a mapping. Want to encode a posterior distribution.
What I'm saying is, suppose you discretize X. Right?
It's a vector, right?
Then it's just several bunch of numbers that you
Mm-hmm.
So are you just saying it's a higher dimension problem?
It's higher dimensional, but it's also, you can manipulate area in that space. I think that's the key. Like during the whole computation, you don't have to think it, you're manipulating this, right? Well, if you consider this as a posterior distribution, like in the behavior way, we are updating these posteriors, right? We need to have a population of neurons to do that, to implement that. I think that's the difference. Yeah.
But that's not part of this.
Yeah, it's not. It's kind of, yeah, right. Okay. Okay, let me see. Yeah, let's go from here. So we just showed that, in behavior, the most important distribution to represent is a posterior distribution, right? You have two latent variables and one observations, and in behavior, you need to compute and update this posterior distribution all the time. And how to use a population of neurons to relate that. And one hypothesis is just using parametric code, which means that you have a bunch of neurons. You use a bunch of neurons to compute what is the statistics of this kind of posterior distribution. You can use a bunch of neurons to estimate the mean, and you can have another distribution to another population to estimate what the variance is like. It's a parametric code. And also you can use a sampling code, which means that you can corresponding the different latent variables directly to the one single neuron, and saying that in history, in the kind of spike train histories, you are having different sampling from this kind of distribution, and accumulate over the time, it represents a distribution you want to compute during the whole behavior task. These are two assumptions. Yeah. In time.
Prevents the certain.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
if I wait for a long time, I have a histogram that is close to the distribution. But then, okay,
yeah.
but then when I need to use it, I need to have that histogram represented.
Yeah, you need to read out.
But I need to go back in time and like extract. So
kind of thinking about you have another neuron get the keep doing the accumulation things. Yeah, you need to have a neuron to do that.
Then you that's the problem further. It's that and now I need another this population that represents a function, right? So in what way does this
accumulating? Just you have another neuron to read out from the two neurons. You can do the computation, right?
But I thought you were saying this whole thing is a
representing a distribution.
Examples from
Yes.
So it's kind of a histogram.
Yeah.
And I have to represent this histogram somehow if I want to use it. So cannot be represented with one neuron.
Do that, right? When you do the estimate, you just have, for example, having a point estimate, you just have a neuron to sum of them. Tells you what kind of you have here.
Here you're saying parameters. Let's say I have two parameters, mean and variance.
Yes.
And I have one neuron which activity represents mean, another neuron activity represents the variance.
No, population of neurons. Population neurons to represent the two parameters.
Okay. Now here you're saying I have
two neurons. Each corresponding to a single latent variable.
So you're saying if I look at one neuron over time, the variability in that neuron
matching the latent variable is Z1.
So one snapshot is kind of basically examining from the transform.
Yeah.
If I want to use more than one sample, I have to remember what
Remember.
all the previous
Yeah.
samples.
Yeah.
So now
Yeah.
I stick in the circuit that we store.
Yeah.
what happened previously.
So that one. Yeah.
So, but that circuit is not present in these explanations.
Yeah, I agree. They need to have if you want to use that, you need to have another layer to do that. Command to do that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Can, but not included in their assumption piece. Just to thinking about this problem is very profound, right? You have they have some doing something to prove that takes time. Yeah, like here you have so many papers to having arguing if it's a parametric representation or sampling based representations. And I will just go into two very famous ones. One is from Wikima, and then another from Open, to most famous papers. And for the first frame table, we need to go back to the toy model I have just introduced. For that toy model, we say that okay, we have like a bunch of very simple toy models, right? I have 4 assumptions, and we know that in this way the neural likelihood function will be a Gaussian distribution. This gives us some intuition. Maybe we can carefully design what kind of tuning function looks like, what kind of the neural variability looks like, and then that neural population code will represent very good neural likelihood function that can support the Bayesian inference, that can support that it can directly compute what the posterior looks like. So this is the kind of the motivation of the Wikimart work in 2006. Here, the description they found is very simple. It's kind of called exponential family with linear statistics to define your encoding function. And under this definition, they found that the posterior according to the provider, and you can write down the neural likelihood function as we have done before, right? And then invert that. You can find that this kind of the posterior of S is directly related to the mean firing rate. The mean, not mean, the kind of the linear statistics of S gives you what kind of the S looks like. So this is kind of their derivation of the paper. And then they have some special case, because we know that the exponential family with linear statistics, an example is the Poisson distribution, right? They substituted the Poisson derivations into this X function here, and they found that the whole thing can be simplified to just the log fs to be the H, and then each this kind of posterior can be represented by the neural firing of each this function. They can approximate posterior distributions. Yeah, and they have very rich evidence. The evidence is from still the MSTD neurons. Here, in the previously we found that the MSTD multiplicative responses are well fit by the linear sum of union model responses. And then the previous slide shown that if we assume a Poisson variability and the H function, fit that H function to each neuron, and then use this one to predict this is posterior, you can find that the thing is to relate the vestibular inputs and the visual inputs in different ways. And this one, this H, gives you the prediction of the weight. They compare the weight ratio between ear and ear prediction. They find that it's a matching to each other. This is a kind of experimental evidence to support the population of MSTD is doing the linear PPC. They published in 2012. Okay, this is one single evidence to support that. Yeah.
So in one, so the W's are things that you measure.
Actually, doing the top neurons. Yeah. Because you can change the task conditions, right? You can change it to be there's only one union model input. It's only visual input or vectoring. This gives you that for same neuron. And then you can give them the combined multi-input to measure that.
These are the response of the same neuron
in different task conditions.
Different
Yes.
and multi both visual and
Yeah, they kind of, in MST they have different type of neuron. They call it as multi-sensory unit. Means that they can. Task is here. Vestibility according to the motion. This is two
so
times.
they move the image and they move the class.
They move visual input give you the cue about the orientation you are moving. They also moving the motion. Transmission. Yeah.
So what are the different conditions? It's like the
Left tilt or interaction. Didn't. Only mentioned the variability of this. Yeah.
So it's always the same speed.
Yeah, same speed.
If you change speed, you automatically the W is shorter to change.
But it was not changing the variable, right? Orientation, right? Why do you think it's only the neuron is tuned to the speed?
I mean, if you have lower speed, you have more of a speed noise.
Yeah. It might be.
But this thing.
Yeah. Okay. I have something. Yeah. Here, something called here. I need to introduce another model. First thing is a very simple generative vision model called Gaussian scale mixtures. It's pretty simple that you have a generative model describing how the image looks like. This is a small patch here. The X is the pixel value, and for Y this is activation of feature A. A feature is just you present it as a wall. For example, this feature gives you a very accurate orientation estimate at this position. And for this feature, it gives you another field here, so it tells you what kind of orientation data. So this is a feature A and your activation. And also you have a scaling variable, scaling variable to be your global contrast. So this is a generative model to a very simple generative model to approximate image locally with small features of X. And with this kind of generative model, you can invert them, right? After you observing this figure, and then in each pixel value, you can compute what kind of the Z looks like, what Y is according to the Bayesian equation. And then in the sampling code paper, in Orban's paper, they relate the posterior of Y to the memory potential, and then relate it to firing rate, and finally relate to the spike count of different neurons. And they are assuming that each neuron having different receptor, different tuned features, orientation features, and then they just assume that each neuron representing a feature, a posterior, or this orientation around the result field. This is the assumption here.
I never understand.
The same one. It means that they relate each neuron to a local feature at an image. Here, right? No, how to say that? For y, different y means different local feature, and different y relate to different. Relate, yeah.
What does it mean, relate?
Relate is just the equation I showed, I shown in here, right? We did relate each latent variable to a single firing button.
Variable
equal to that. This is equal to the standard. Yeah. Yeah.
In what way can you say it's the same?
You write down it mathematically. It's it's just in this equation. You tell this nonlinear function to map y to u, and this map potential u to the firing rate in this function, and then this gives you the phi part. This is a function of generating one single neuron phi. Right? According to different value of y, you have a different phi count of that neuron. Yeah, that's the way to relate.
Each neuron represents
some local fact. Like each y here means that it's a location, right? And then there's orientation feature. Each neuron is related to the location of the image and the preferred orientation. Yes. Yes.
For example, the y the distribution, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a distribution, but the plot here is the value of y.
Yeah, but at different time, you sample one value from that distribution. This is the idea of sampling code, right? You have a distribution, and at each time, you get one sample. This is one value of y. Mm-hmm.
And the phi count of R is the phi rate, U is the memory potential.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
Can you say now what are X, Z, and Y, and what are these arrays?
Yeah. This is the generative model of the whole image here. So, in generative model, you don't have any neurons. You only have you only have the variables, right? So the generative model here, X means a pixel value here, you want X. Yeah, from 0 to 255. Yeah, and the Y means your activation of these neurons.
What?
Activation, like the number of, it's one, high or small is Y. Activation of this feature, maybe I should call that. Activation of this feature A.
Feature A is an image.
Feature A is depends on Feature is the kernel. Yeah, it's the kernel.
The exact kernel.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah, dictionary. A is dictionary. Y is the amplitude of that dictionary. This is that field. Wow. A is that field. Y is the intensity of that field. Yeah, Y is the result. Y is the result. No, this is generative model. So you have Y, Z, X. Posterior is all Y, right? You need to invert it to get Y.
Which is P of X. That's my distribution over Y.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. Yeah.
Then I can filter the image, and then
if I invert that, I get the posterior. So I can think of this as a posterior over my image, conditional on the kernel, what the kernel.
Yeah. The whole image trains your parameter, trains your. Z is your global contrast. Globally, it gives you a contrast. It's a very light or it's very dim. The whole image.
So mean luminance.
Yeah, mean luminance. Yeah, mean luminance. Right. Yeah.
Images.
It gives you, it manipulates the uncertainty of the image. When the luminance is very low, the whole image is very dim. Yeah, you can delete it. It's not very important. And you can set it to a fixed. Yeah.
Okay, and then. Okay, so that's fine. So then we can go back to the.
Yeah. So yeah. You want to start here? This one? Yeah.
X is an image.
X down is an image. Yes.
This arrow from X to Y is a deterministic arrow because it just conforms to the curve. Right? So then how do you relate that to mu?
No. X from X here you have one element. Right? But you have this Y is distribution of Y, right? You encode, what kind of probability of here this place have an edge. So here, this is a probability of Y, it's highly possible or not possible. This indicates, in this local pattern, what kind of probability of observing an edge here. Right. This is tradition, right? Invert, doing the Bayesian.
I thought Y was a convolution of image with a curve. Yes.
It is,
but
right?
then this is the setup. Because E of Y is completely determined by X, if I know the curve. But why should this be a why should
Have a metric. I mean, on the.
So I understand what's the X on the Qianli and then Y.
This is the inference according to the general model here, because here Z depends on let me think.
But if Y, if X and Z are given, what was it in your other slide? It was P of the absolute.
Yeah, PZ given X first do that. You using all the features to kind of estimate what kind of the luminance. The global feature is that. Given Z and Y, Z and X.
So I agree that Y conditional only on X will have variability, Z have variability.
Yeah.
If it's conditional on both Z and X, is delta.
Yeah. If Z is fixed, I think this is delta function. Sigma Z is here, right? Yeah, depending on both, right? This is parameter, right? Depending on both, when Z depending on both, this is become a parameter. So within, but this variance, this currently is still a variable. This means that they have variability. Right? The function is necessary, but this is a probability distribution, right? The function is necessary. Do that.
Y is the convolution of my image with the current, and I know what the image is, and I know the mean communication of the image. Then I know what's right.
Convolution only gives you the mean, right? But the variance itself needs you to do the whole Bayesian integration.
So even X is even X the distribution of Y is no longer
Yeah, it's not that function because sigma Z is not infinite.
I'm asking about these, even X, the distribution of Y is not a delta. Right. So unless this is you cannot hear it directly.
So maybe we don't know what definition of, maybe I misunderstand the definition of what. Maybe you could define what for us.
Yeah, this definition of why activation of feature A.
I think I'm sure that's finish the whole thought, and then we can talk later.
Yeah, it's always confusing. Very confusing people here. Yeah, the evidence here is the EI electron here. So you have different images under different condition of contrast, black or low contrast or high contrast, but the same feature. For example, here this is like 3. And then they show that you have 2 neurons. One neuron is from encoding this location and this feature, and then they collect the data. They kind of do the simulations of that 2 neurons under different conditions. Here, the first is just black with very low contrast, and these 2 different colors with different image. Red, blue, or green. Because they look very similar to each other. This means that the activation in here and here, they are all same. So you can find that the spikes of 2 neurons, when you combine them, it's the same distribution, same posterior distribution. But if you increase the contrast so that the 3 pictures can be divided to in different groups here, so you can find that this encodes the posterior of Y's. And if they increase the contrast, right? The distribution of the 3 operational neurons, the 2 neurons will be separated to like the signal and noise covariance will decrease, and signal covariance will increase. And they have the internal model of the statistics. If it's a natural image, natural environment, they have 100 images. They summarize all the names. They find that they are satisfied with the spontaneous activity here. And spontaneous activity is just encode the prior covariance of the whole, the black one, and it's corresponding to the, if you encode it with very high contrast, summarize all the 100 images. It's the same thing. So this is a kind of their prediction of what will be observed. Yeah, I think this is I finished the talk about the sampling code instructions, and for more theories, they cannot connect them too. But we are already very confused. I'm not going to introduce these ideas. Yeah.
We call parameter coding, like each individual neurons encode the parameter which is instead of each little normal assumption. Or very clear what you have. I mean, which brings system people find that
it's a parameter of the distribution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like, for example, some neuron represent mean of the distribution, some neuron represent variance of the distribution. I'm just wondering in which brain circuit people can do that.
MSTD. MSTD neuron. That.
Yeah.
Yeah, in one parameter to be represented. That's a niche. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I will conclude here. So already very confused. So next talk I'm going to introduce more. Still, I want to tell you that it's still frontier with more unknowns. They have just like a workshop to discuss how to combine sampling code and parametric code and to design more tasks. This is a kind of all people doing this stuff discussing with each other here in this talk. Check that. Okay. Yeah. I conclude here that we introduce neural coding, encoding, decoding, and tuning curve variability. And then I introduced the idea of neural likelihood function. And then I gave you 2 examples, 2 theories of how the neurons represent a probability. Okay. Yeah, that's all I want to share. Thank you very much.
Yeah.